What's up, guys? Welcome to HP Story. We've got something special today. What if Sorting Hat refused to sort anyone until Wizengamot investigated why Harry had 71 cursed scars from Muggles? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1. The weight of a hat. The candles had been floating for 3 minutes before anyone noticed the Sorting Hat wasn't talking. It sat on the stool at the front of the Great Hall, perfectly still, the way it always sat, creased and ancient and slightly lopsided, its brim drooping like a man who'd heard one too many bad jokes. The first years stood in their nervous cluster near the doors, some craning their necks to look at the enchanted ceiling, some gripping each other's robes, some staring at the hat with the intense focus of children who had been studying for an exam they didn't fully understand. Harry Potter stood third from the left in the cluster, his hands loose at his sides, and watched the hat the way he watched most things, quietly, without expectation, storing information. He'd learned that trick in the cupboard under the stairs. You couldn't do much in 4 feet of darkness, but you could listen. You could memorize the sound of footsteps and know from the weight of them whether the person coming down the hall was in a good mood or a bad one. You could track the distance between a raised voice and a raised hand. You could get very, very good at reading rooms. This room was magnificent, and Harry was cataloging it the same way he'd catalog a kitchen after a particularly bad week. Exits, faces, who looked like they were performing calm versus who actually had it. Most of the teachers at the high table were performing. The old man at the center, Dumbledore, Harry knew, he'd read about him on the chocolate frog card in the train compartment, was watching the hat with an expression that had started as fond amusement and was now something else. Something tighter around the eyes. The stern woman who had led them in, Professor McGonagall, held a scroll that she had not yet unrolled. Her knuckles were white on the parchment. The hat sat on its stool and said nothing. Around Harry, whispers had started up. The red-headed boy, Ron, from the train, who had tried to turn his rat yellow and then looked mortified when Harry had asked if it had worked, leaned sideways and muttered, "Is it supposed to take this long?" "I don't know," Harry said. "I've never seen a sorting before." "Neither have I, obviously, but Fred and George said it just starts. They said it sings a song first. Maybe it's thinking. It's a hat. It's a hat that sings and reads your mind," Harry said. "I'd give it a minute." Ron opened his mouth, closed it, and then opened it again. Fair point, actually. The whispers in the hall were getting louder. At the Slytherin table, the pale blonde boy, Draco Malfoy, who had introduced himself on the train platform with the particular brand of confidence that came from never having been told no by anyone who mattered, was leaning toward the boy beside him with an expression of elaborate disdain. At the Gryffindor table, older students were exchanging looks. A pair of identical red-headed boys near the middle of the table had gone very still, which Harry noted was interesting. He'd already clocked them as the type who went loud before they went quiet, so whatever was happening had caught their attention properly. Professor McGonagall took a step forward. "Now," she said, in a voice pitched to Carrie without shouting, "the sorting will." The hat moved. Not the way you'd expect a hat to move. It didn't tip or slide. It straightened slowly, the way a person straightens when they've made a decision they know is going to cause problems. The crease in its crown deepened into a thin, grim line. And then it spoke, not in the jovial, rolling cadence of its song, but in a voice that was very old and very quiet and somehow filled every corner of the great hall with the ease of water filling a vessel. "Before I sort a single child tonight," the hat said, "I have something to say." Complete silence. The candles kept floating. Somewhere far above, the enchanted ceiling showed a scattering of early autumn stars, indifferent and bright. "I have sorted students at this school for 1007 years," the hat continued. "I have placed children according to their qualities, courage, ambition, wisdom, loyalty, and I have done this in the faith that the world they were entering deserved their gifts. I have never, in 1,000 years, refused to perform my function." A pause. "I am refusing now." McGonagall's scroll fell from her hands, and she didn't look down at it. "When I am placed upon the head of a student," the hat said, "I see everything. Not just their nature, their history. Their memories. Their experiences. The whole shape of who they are and what has happened to them. Another pause, longer this time. I have just been placed upon the head of Harry James Potter. Harry felt the entire great hall look at him, and he looked back at it. He did not flinch. He simply stood there with his hands at his sides and his face neutral, the way it got when he was thinking very fast in a direction he didn't quite know yet. I will not enumerate what I found, the hat said. I will not perform this child's suffering for your entertainment, or your horror. What I will tell you is this. There are 71 scars on Harry Potter's body that carry magical signatures. Not the scar on his forehead, that one is known, and that one is Voldemort's, and that one is a different matter entirely. I mean 71 separate scars, each one the residue of a distinct and deliberate curse or jinx, each one inflicted over the course of approximately 9 years, each one bearing the magical trace of Muggle origin. The silence in the hall had changed texture. Harry could feel it. It had gone from puzzled to stunned to something that sat closer to nauseated. 71. The hat said, as though it wanted the number to take up space in the room. On a child. Beginning by my estimation of the magical scarring, when he was approximately 2 years of age. The hat's voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. The Wizarding World placed Harry Potter with a Muggle family in 1981. He has lived with that family for 10 years. He arrived here tonight, at 11 years old, carrying 10 years of evidence on his body. And every adult in the Wizarding World who was responsible for his welfare either did not check, did not notice, or noticed and said nothing. McGonagall made a sound that wasn't quite a word. Dumbledore, at the center of the high table, had gone the particular stillness of a man who is constructing something behind his eyes very quickly. His hands, folded on the table, did not move. I will not sort these children, the hat said, into houses that represent our finest values, while Harry Potter's placement represents the absence of any value at all. I will not put 11-year-olds into Hufflepuff for their loyalty while the institution that claims to treasure loyalty left a child, their hero, the boy they sent fireworks up for, the boy they put on chocolate frog cards, with people who used him as evidence of what happens when you're not good enough. The hat's voice was still quiet. That was the worst part, Harry thought distantly. It wasn't angry. It was certain. I will resume the sorting ceremony when the Wizengamot has investigated this matter formally and when someone with the authority to make decisions has stood in front of this child and answered for what he went through and why. Nobody spoke. Harry realized, slowly, that everyone was still looking at him. The whole great hall, 4 tables of students, a full complement of teachers, ghosts hovering near the ceiling who had gone very still, all of it pointed at him like a compass needle. He thought about what to do with his face. He settled on calm, because calm was the most unsettling thing he could offer right now and he knew it. He'd learned that one early too. Vernon had hated it when Harry stayed quiet during a punishment. Had always tried to provoke a reaction, as though the reaction was the point. So Harry had simply stopped having one, outwardly, and that had always made things worse for Vernon in a way that felt, privately, like a small victory. He looked at the hat. "Can I ask a question?" "You may," said the hat. "Where do I stand while we're waiting? Because I've been on a train for most of the day and I'd quite like to sit down." Somewhere at the Gryffindor table, and Harry would find out later it was Fred Weasley, because of course it was. Someone let out a short, startled laugh that got swallowed almost immediately by the silence closing back in around it. "Sit wherever you like," the hat said. "You've earned the right to take up space in this room." Harry looked at the 4 tables. He chose the one nearest to him, which happened to be Hufflepuff, and sat down at the end of it, folded his hands on the table, and watched what happened next. What happened next was several things simultaneously. McGonagall swept off the dais with the expression of a woman who has been waiting for something terrible, and is now furious that it happened exactly as she feared. She moved to the cluster of first years, who parted for her automatically, and began speaking to them in a low, tight voice. Harry caught the words dining hall, down the corridor, wait there, and then she was moving toward the high table, toward Dumbledore, with her jaw set like a ship heading into a gale. Dumbledore was already standing. He raised his hands for quiet in the hall, and the gesture worked the way all his gestures seemed to work. It carried weight, and the murmuring that had broken out across all 4 tables dropped to a low, uneasy hum. "Students," Dumbledore said, "I ask for your patience as staff addresses an unexpected circumstance. Please remain in your seats and an unexpected circumstance," a voice said clearly from the Gryffindor table, and Harry turned to see who'd said it. It was a girl a few years older than him, dark-skinned, with an expression like someone who'd bitten into something sour and wanted everyone to know about it. "He called it an unexpected circumstance." "Katie," said the boy beside her urgently. "No, I heard it too, don't shush me, the headmaster, said a tall boy at the Slytherin table, in a drawling voice that hadn't quite finished deciding whether it was bored or alarmed. "Has some rather pointed questions to answer, I think." Harry watched Draco Malfoy look at the Slytherin boy in surprise, then away again, his expression recalibrating. "Interesting." Dumbledore's voice stayed warm and measured. "This is not the occasion for debate. The students who have not yet been sorted need care and attention tonight, and that is the priority." "The hat doesn't agree," said a 7th-year Ravenclaw girl, who had the look of someone who had just decided that she was going to remember this night for the rest of her life and wanted to be on the right side of it. From up on its stool, the hat had gone quiet again, but it hadn't drooped. It sat straight, which was somehow the loudest thing in the room. McGonagall reached the high table and leaned toward Dumbledore, and Harry watched the two of them have a conversation in furious whispers that he was too far away to hear. He could read body language well enough, though. McGonagall was not backing down. Dumbledore was, and this was interesting, Harry thought, not trying to stop her. He was listening. His head was bent slightly, and whatever McGonagall was saying was landing like stones dropping into deep water, and the expression on Dumbledore's face had moved past constructed calm into something that looked, underneath everything else, like a man reckoning with weight he'd been carrying for a long time. Snape, at the end of the high table, was looking at Harry. Harry looked back. Snape looked away first. The red-headed boy, Ron, had apparently decided that the instruction to wait in the dining hall did not apply to him, because he appeared at Harry's elbow and sat down without asking. "You all right?" he said, with the directness of someone who hadn't yet figured out the social mechanics of the question and was just actually asking it. "Yeah," Harry said. 71, Ron said. "Yeah. That's..." Ron stopped. Tried again. "From your aunt and uncle?" "Mostly my uncle," Harry said. "Though I suspect Dudley contributed a few I couldn't prove." Ron stared at him. "You're very calm about this." "I've had 10 years to get used to it," Harry said. "You've had about 4 minutes. One of us is going to be less calm than the other, and it's not going to be me." Ron sat with that for a moment. Then he said quietly and with some conviction, "My mum is going to lose her entire mind when she hears about this." Harry thought about Molly Weasley, whom he hadn't met but whom Ron had described on the train in a series of illustrations that collectively painted a picture of a woman who expressed love in the form of aggressive feeding and the willingness to shout at large institutions on behalf of people she cared about. "That's fine," Harry said. "Someone probably should." The Great Hall was slowly reorganizing itself. Some students were following McGonagall's instructions and drifting toward the side exits, while others were staying put with the stubborn energy of people who knew they were witnessing something historic and weren't about to leave voluntarily. The teachers were in clusters. Professor Flitwick was talking to a tiny spherical man Harry didn't recognize with the rapid gestures of someone providing commentary. Professor Sprout had her arms crossed and her chin down, looking at the floor with an expression that Harry classified as thinking hard and not liking what she was thinking. The ghost at the Gryffindor table, a nearly headless, ruffled figure, hovered at Harry's left with an expression that might have been sympathy. "Nearly headless Nick," the ghost offered, introducing himself, then seemed to decide that wasn't the priority. "I've been at this school since 1492. Never seen the hat refuse." "I've never seen a sorting at all," Harry said. Hard for me to calibrate how unusual this is. Very, said Nick seriously. Extremely. Historically significant, I'd say. I'm going to remember this. He paused. I'm always going to remember this. Advantage of being dead. But I mean it particularly. McGonagall reappeared at Harry's side, and her manner had changed. She'd packed away the tight-jawed fury and replaced it with something that Harry recognized as controlled professionalism in the aftermath of shock. Teachers had a version of this. The good ones did, anyway. The version where they set aside what they were feeling because there was a child in front of them. Mr. Potter, she said, and her voice was steady in a way that cost her something. He could hear the cost. I'm going to ask you to come with me. There are things we need to discuss, and I'd rather you weren't sitting in the middle of a great hall full of students for those discussions. Harry looked at her. Am I in trouble? No, she said fiercely. No, you are absolutely not. Good. He stood. Can Ron come? McGonagall looked at Ron, who straightened up automatically under the look, the way all the Weasley children apparently did. Mr. Weasley, she said, your brothers are presumably in the Great Hall and your family has been informed. I'd like to come, Ron said. Not asking, quite. If that's all right. McGonagall looked between them. Harry watched something in her expression shift. She was reading the situation the way teachers did, and she was reading it right. Ron had planted himself next to Harry with the instinctive territorial protectiveness of someone who'd decided this mattered, and Harry hadn't told him to go away, and McGonagall was a woman who had spent 40 years reading children. Come along then, she said. Harry picked up the hat he'd left on the table, his own, battered, too large one from the Dursleys, which he'd been carrying in his hands because he hadn't known what to do with it on the train and hadn't had a bag to put it in, and followed her out of the Great Hall. Ron fell into step beside him. Behind them, the Sorting Hat sat on its stool and waited. McGonagall's office was nothing like Harry expected, though he wasn't sure what he'd expected. It was warmer than the rest of the castle, with a fire going in the grate and a tart and biscuit tin on the desk that looked well used. She set them both in chairs and then stood by the fire for a moment with her back to them before she turned around, and when she turned around her face was doing something complicated that she wasn't entirely managing to suppress. Mr. Potter, she said, before anything else, and before anyone official arrives, I need to know, and I am asking as your head of house, which you will be in Gryffindor if I have anything to say about it, and I intend to have quite a lot to say about it. I need to know if you are safe. Harry looked at her. He turned the word safe over in his mind the way you turn over a stone to see what was underneath it. I'm here, he said. In a castle. So yes. Before here. Before here is a bit more complicated. He thought about how to phrase it. He'd had one conversation in his entire life that resembled this one, and it had been with his primary school teacher Mrs. Norris, not the cat, he'd thought when he'd heard about the castle's Mrs. Norris, but his Year 4 teacher who had kept him after class once with a careful expression and careful words, and to whom he had said absolutely nothing useful because he'd known that whatever she reported would find its way back to the Dursleys before nightfall in a town that small. He looked at McGonagall, and he thought about the fact that he was not in Privet Drive, and he thought about the hat. The hat was accurate, he said. The scars are real. If you want to know if I was afraid at the time, sometimes yes. If you want to know if I walked through those 10 years in constant misery, no. I'm very good at managing situations. I was always going to get out eventually, and I always knew that, and that made it bearable. He paused. Though bearable and fine are different things. McGonagall sat down behind her desk. Her hands were flat on the surface of it. I visited that house, she said quietly, before you were left there. In 1981. I watched that street for a full day. I told Dumbledore that it was not a suitable placement. Her eyes were steady on his. He told me it was the only option. Was it? She held his gaze. I don't know. I believed it at the time. And now? A very long pause. The fire popped. Now I intend to find out. There was a knock at the door and it opened to reveal Dumbledore, who had to duck slightly under the frame and whose expression, as he looked at Harry, was genuinely difficult to read. Harry had been reading expressions for 10 years and this one was layered in a way that most weren't. There was grief in it, and guilt, and something that might have been relief, and underneath all of those things, something watchful. Something that was still, even now, calculating. Harry noted that. Filed it away. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice had the particular gentle warmth of someone who was practiced at warmth. I imagine tonight has been a great deal. I've had stranger evenings, Harry said, though not many. Dumbledore sat in the chair to Harry's left. He did not speak immediately, which Harry respected as a tactical choice. Most adults filled silence, and the ones who didn't were worth paying attention to. After a moment, he said, I owe you an apology. Yes, Harry said. Ron made a small noise at his side. Dumbledore blinked, and Harry saw the blink for what it was, a micro-expression of surprise, quickly managed. The headmaster had expected something else from that moment. Gratitude, maybe, for the acknowledgement. Or deflection. Not a flat yes delivered without anger and without forgiveness. I made choices, Dumbledore said carefully, that I believed at the time were necessary for your protection. Choices that, had I, with respect, Harry said, I don't think I need the explanation right now. The hat asked for a Wizengamot investigation. That seems like the right venue for explanations. He looked at Dumbledore with the same calm he'd shown the Great Hall. I've waited 10 years. A few more days isn't going to hurt. And I'd rather you explained it where people are writing things down. Another silence. McGonagall was looking at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite name. It was something between professional appraisal and something more personal. Ron leaned sideways toward Harry and muttered very quietly, You're brilliant, you know that? I've been told, Harry said, also very quietly. Dumbledore looked at his hands. They were, Harry observed, not entirely steady. The Ministry will become involved, he said. There will be an investigation. I want you to know, Harry, that I will cooperate fully, and that, Professor Dumbledore, Harry said. Can I ask you something? Of course. Did you know about the scars? The fire popped again. A long, heavy moment. No, Dumbledore said. I did not have specific knowledge of. Did you check? Harry asked. The question was entirely mild. At any point in 10 years. A check-in, a health assessment, anything official. Did anyone ever actually look at me? Dumbledore opened his mouth. Closed it. I'll take that as a no, Harry said. McGonagall stood up from her desk. She walked to the window and stood with her back to both of them, and Harry could see from the set of her shoulders that she was composing herself, and the fact that she needed to compose herself told him more than anything she'd said so far. I think, she said to the window, in a voice that was very controlled, that Mr. Potter has identified the central question quite efficiently. She turned around. Her eyes were bright in a way that wasn't tears, quite, more like a woman who had made a decision and the clarity of it was showing on her face. And I think that question deserves to be answered somewhere formal, as he's suggested, before anything else. Minerva, no, Albus. She said it quietly, but it landed. No. Dumbledore stood slowly. He looked at Harry for a long moment. You remind me, he said finally, of your mother. I don't remember my mother, Harry said. So that's not as meaningful to me as it is to you. Though I appreciate the sentiment. Dumbledore left. The door closed quietly behind him. McGonagall looked at Harry and then, for the first time, something broke open in her expression, not into tears, but into a kind of raw, unvarnished feeling that she stopped trying to manage. I'm sorry, she said. I should have pushed harder. In 1981, I should have, Professor. Harry looked at her. You said something to him at the time. He outweighed you, politically and magically, and you didn't have evidence, And you were coming out of a war where everyone was exhausted and desperate and willing to believe that the person who just defeated the darkest wizard in history knew what he was doing. He shrugged. I've thought about it. That's the scenario. It doesn't make it right, but it makes it human. McGonagall stared at him for a long moment. You are 11 years old, she said. Almost 12, Harry said. And I've had a lot of time to think. How are you? She stopped herself. No. That's not a fair question. It's fine. You want to know how I'm this calm? Harry looked at his hands. When you grow up in a situation, you either break or you adapt. I adapted. I got very good at reading what was going to happen and making decisions in advance, and I stopped spending a lot of energy on feelings that didn't help me function. The feelings are there. I'm not pretending they're not. He glanced up. But I've waited 10 years. I can wait until there's a room where the feelings are useful. Merlin, Ron said softly, and then looked embarrassed for saying it. McGonagall picked up her wand from the desk and pointed it at the biscuit tin. The lid opened. Eat something, she said. It was not entirely clear whether she was talking to them or to herself. She took a biscuit, which answered the question. Both of you. Harry took one. It was shortbread, slightly stale in the way that suggested it had been there a while and she hadn't gotten around to replacing it, which told him she was a woman who kept things in their place because the routine of it was grounding rather than because she was particularly fond of shortbread. He was starting to like her quite a lot. The castle settled around them as the evening stretched into night. The students had been fed in their dormitories, unsorted. The first years bunked temporarily in a long room near the library that had been a dormitory during some previous overflow in the school's history. McGonagall had informed them, in a tone that brooked exactly zero argument, that they were guests of Hogwarts until the matter was resolved and would be treated accordingly. Harry lay on a narrow bed and looked at the stone ceiling. Around him, 11-year-olds who were strangers to each other lay in their own beds processing a first day at Hogwarts that had not gone the way any of them had planned. Someone 2 beds down was breathing with the careful regularity of someone who was very resolutely not crying. Someone to his right was asleep already, with the profound unconsciousness of a person who responds to large emotions by simply shutting down. Ron was on the bed to Harry's left, on his back, staring at the ceiling with the particular stillness of someone who had too many things to think about and kept starting one and immediately sliding to another. My mum's going to want to adopt you, Ron said to the ceiling, eventually. I'm not sure that's legal. She doesn't always check what's legal when she wants something. Ron paused. I mean that in a nice way. I know. George said, one of the twins said earlier, when they were moving us all down here, he said the hat's never done anything like this. Not ever. Not once in 1,000 years. It told us that. Yeah, but hearing Fred say it is different. Fred and George know everything about this place. Or think they do. And even they looked. Ron stopped. Scared isn't the right word. Serious. They look serious, which they never are. Harry thought about that. About the fact that something had happened tonight that had shaken people who weren't easy to shake. He thought about the hat, sitting on its stool in the empty Great Hall, waiting. He thought about Dumbledore's hands, not entirely steady. He thought about McGonagall at the window. Ron, he said. Yeah. Thank you. For sitting down next to me. Ron was quiet for a moment. You didn't look like you needed anyone. I didn't need anyone, Harry said. But it was still good. Ron seemed to think about the distinction. Yeah, he said. Okay. Good. They lay in the dark for a while. 71. Ron said very quietly to the ceiling. Yeah. I keep coming back to that number. Because it's not like a number that happens by accident, is it? You don't just accidentally. He stopped. Sorry. You probably don't want to, no, Harry said. You're right. It's not an accident number. It takes effort to make something happen 71 times. He said it with the flat precision of someone reporting facts. They really didn't like me. Ron made a sound that was not quite a word. I think what bothered them most, Harry said, was that it didn't work. I kept existing, no matter what they did. And I kept being magic, which was the thing they hated most of all. He paused. There's something funny about that, if you look at it right. You find it funny? Ron said carefully. I find it clarifying. They tried very hard to make me something small, and instead they made me someone who doesn't get impressed by authority or scared of powerful people, because I grew up with someone powerful who was actually just a very frightened bully, and once you know what that looks like you can't unsee it. He looked at the ceiling. I think I'm going to be all right. I think you're going to be absolutely bloody terrifying, Ron said, with what sounded like admiration. In a good way. Harry smiled at the ceiling, where no one could see it. Down the hall, in the great hall, the Sorting Hat sat on its stool in the dark. It sat straight and still, the way it had all evening. Patient. Immovable. Old enough to know that the truth, once spoken, could not be unspoken, and that sometimes the most powerful thing in any room was not a wand or a title or 1,000 years of political maneuvering, but a simple refusal to proceed as though everything was normal when everything was not. Outside, the Scottish sky was full of stars. In the temporary dormitory, the fire burned low. 11-year-olds breathed in the dark. Somewhere in the castle, a woman who had watched a child placed in harm's way and said one objection and then let it go sat at her desk and did not sleep. Somewhere else, a man who had spent a decade constructing justifications for an impossible choice sat with those constructions beginning to shift and crack under a weight he had perhaps always known they couldn't hold. And Harry Potter lay on a narrow bed in a borrowed room in a castle he had only just arrived at, in a world he had only just entered, and felt, for the first time in his life, the particular sensation of having an entire institution pay attention to what had been done to him. It was strange. It was uncomfortable in a way he hadn't expected. It was also, underneath the discomfort, something he would not have had a word for at age 2 or 5 or 8 or 10, something that had been missing so long he hadn't known to name its absence. He thought about the hat saying you've earned the right to take up space in this room. He looked at the stone ceiling. He thought, yes. In the morning, the owls came. They came in through the high windows of the great hall during breakfast, or what passed for breakfast, a meal eaten at wrong tables by unsorted first years and older students who had slept badly and wanted information, and they came in numbers that no one had seen outside of major election results or major Quidditch finals. Dozens of them, landing in rows, dropping letters and scrolls, and in one case what appeared to be an entire copy of the Daily Prophet that someone had wrapped around the howler read enough to be visible from the Slytherin table. The front page of the Daily Prophet was visible from 4 feet away. Hogwarts in chaos. Sorting Hat refuses. Potter alleged abuse victim. Wizengamot emergency session called Hermione Granger, who was sitting near Harry and who had spent the previous evening being quietly furious that she hadn't been sorted yet when she had prepared herself so thoroughly, unfolded her own copy of the Prophet with the precise movements of someone who processed large emotions through information gathering. She read the first paragraph. Then she looked up at Harry with the expression of someone recalibrating a situation completely. "They're calling an emergency session today," she said. "The full Wizengamot. It says here that Amelia Bones filed the motion last night at," she checked, 11:42 p.m. She looked at Harry over the top of the paper. "That was about 3 hours after we arrived." "Efficient," Harry said. "She's the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It says she—" Hermione stopped. Looked at him again. "You're very calm." "I've been told," Harry said. "Doesn't it?" She closed the paper precisely and set it down. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said, as though they hadn't already introduced themselves the previous evening. "And I'm going to stop asking you if you're all right because you clearly have a sophisticated relationship with that question, and it doesn't mean what I think it means when I ask it." Harry looked at her. Something quickened in his assessment. "That's quite perceptive. I read people as well as books." Hermione said with the matter-of-fact confidence of someone who had decided that it wasn't bragging if it was demonstrably true. What do you actually need right now? Harry thought about it. It was perhaps the most useful question anyone had asked him since the Hat had spoken. Information, he said. About the Wizengamot. About how it works. About what an investigation actually looks like and what rights I have in it, and whether I can be excluded from proceedings about my own life. Hermione's eyes lit up. I can help with that, she said. I have 3 books. Of course you do, Ron said, arriving with toast. He looked at Harry. Have you seen the Prophet? Hermione's briefing me, Harry said. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Ron. There was a brief pause of the kind that precedes either alliance or friction. I have extra toast, Ron offered. I have information, Hermione said. We should share, Harry said. They shared. Outside, owls kept arriving, and the Ministry scrambled, and the wizarding world turned its attention to a question it had been avoiding for 10 years, and for the first time, there was nowhere comfortable left to look away. Chapter 2, 48 Hours. The Ministry of Magic at 7 in the morning had a particular quality that Amelia Bones had always found instructive. It showed you who was actually serious about their work and who was performing it. The serious ones came in early, made their own tea, and got things done before the building filled up with people who needed to be seen doing things. The performers arrived at 9 sharp, robes pressed, ready for the audience. Amelia had been here since 4. She set her teacup on the edge of her desk, which was buried under a catastrophic arrangement of parchment that was actually quite organized if you knew the system, and looked at the file she'd assembled in the 5 hours since leaving Hogwarts the previous night. It wasn't thick enough. That was the first problem. An investigation into 10 years of abuse of the wizarding world's most famous child should have generated a file the size of a house brick, and what she had was barely 40 pages, most of which was background documentation she'd pulled from the public record. The rest was absence. Deliberate, structured absence. The kind that didn't happen by accident. She'd worked in law enforcement for 30 years. She knew the difference between files that were thin because nothing had happened and files that were thin because someone had made sure they were thin, and this one had the particular quality of the second type: neat edges where things should have been, a suspiciously clean paper trail that stopped in November 1981 and didn't start again. No welfare checks. No medical assessments. No follow-up visits. No correspondence between the Hogwarts staff and whoever was responsible for monitoring the boy who lived during his decade in the Muggle world. Nothing. She picked up her quill, noted it for the 3rd time in her case summary, and looked up as her assistant Edgar knocked on the open door. Fudge is here, Edgar said with the tone of someone reporting an unpleasant weather event. Tell him I'll be 5 minutes. He said. 5 minutes, Edgar? Edgar withdrew. Amelia put down her quill, looked at her file one more time, and reminded herself that Cornelius Fudge was the Minister for Magic and therefore technically her boss, and she owed him a certain baseline of professional courtesy, and that professional courtesy did not mean she was going to close this investigation before it properly opened, and that if he thought otherwise he was about to have a very educational morning. She picked up the file and went to meet him. He was in her outer office, which she'd expected, and he was wearing his lime green bowler hat, which she'd also expected, and he was wearing the expression she'd learned to recognize over 6 years of working with him, the one that looked like concern but was actually very carefully managed panic. Amelia, he said warmly. I came as soon as I heard. You heard last night, Cornelius. So did everyone. She gestured to the chair across from her desk and sat behind it, which established the room clearly as hers. Sit down. He sat. He had the hat in his hands now, turning the brim. Terrible business. Terrible. Obviously the welfare of the boy is paramount, absolutely paramount, and good, Amelia said. Then you'll be delighted to hear that the Wizengamot session is scheduled for 10 o'clock. The hat stopped turning. The full session, emergency session, yes. I filed the motion last night. Amelia. He set the hat on his knee. Don't you think a matter of this sensitivity deserves a slightly more measured Cornelius? She opened her file. An 11-year-old child who was in the care of the Wizarding World from 1981 to present arrived at Hogwarts yesterday carrying 71 curse scars inflicted by his legal guardians. The Sorting Hat, which has been a reliable fixture of this institution for 1,000 years, refused to continue its function until an investigation was opened. The Daily Prophet has already run the story. She looked at him over the file. What measured approach would you suggest? His jaw tightened. I simply think that before we rush to conclusions, we ought to consider the broader context. The security arrangements that were in place for Potter were what, exactly? Amelia said pleasantly. Because I've looked for the documentation of those security arrangements, and I haven't found it. Can you point me to it? A pause. He was good at this, she'd grant him that. He'd had 20 years of political practice at looking like he was about to say something substantial, while actually buying time to think. The arrangements were made at Dumbledore's discretion, he said finally. As Chief Warlock, Dumbledore has authority over Hogwarts governance. Not over ministry welfare obligations to minor magical citizens. She closed the file. We placed that child with a Muggle family, Cornelius. Under ministry authority. That creates a ministry duty of care. Which was not fulfilled. She stood. The session is at 10. I'd recommend you attend. It will look considerably worse if you don't. Fudge left with his hat slightly less perfectly placed than he'd arrived, which Amelia noted as a small but satisfying calibration of the morning. She went back to her desk and wrote 3 names on a fresh piece of parchment. The first was Harry Potter. The second was Albus Dumbledore. The third was Vernon Dursley. She looked at the list for a moment, then added a 4th name below all of them. Petunia Dursley, née Evans. She underlined that one. Something about the woman's background, she'd pulled the file from the Muggle liaison office, dusty and brief, had snagged on the part of Amelia's brain that collected things that didn't quite fit. Petunia Evans had been, per the liaison records, assessed as a Muggle in 1966 during a routine sweep of magical family members. She was the sister of Lily Evans, later Lily Potter, and she was recorded as having no magical ability. Muggle of Muggle origin, the file said. Except that the hat had said the scars bore the signature of Muggle origin, and Muggle origin curses were not something most Muggles could generate. Most Muggles couldn't generate magic at all. What they could do, under certain circumstances, extreme emotional stress, proximity to powerful magical objects, years of suppressed magical resentment, was trigger accidental magical discharges, and those discharges could, if they were directed at someone with magic of their own and suppressed by repeated trauma, leave exactly the kind of scars the hat had described. It was a theory. It was not a comfortable theory. Amelia underlined Petunia's name again and called for Edgar to arrange the summons. Harry was eating toast when the ministry owl arrived. It was a large, official-looking bird with a tag on its leg that said Demeli in stamped letters, and it landed directly in front of him on the Gryffindor table with the officious bearing of an owl that knew it was carrying something important and wanted everyone to know it. It stuck out its leg. Harry untied the letter, gave the owl a piece of bacon, which seemed to confuse it, and read, Mr. Potter, you are respectfully requested to appear before a preliminary session of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at 11 o'clock this morning, in preparation for the emergency Wizengamot session this afternoon. You will be accompanied by a member of Hogwarts staff. If you have any concerns about this arrangement, or wish to request the presence of a legal advocate, please respond by return owl. It was signed, Amelia Bones, Head of Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry read it twice. Then he passed it to Hermione. Hermione read it once, handed it back, and said, Request a legal advocate. I was going to, Harry said. Good. She pulled out a piece of parchment from what appeared to be an inexhaustible supply. Do you know who to ask for? In the wizarding legal system, a minor appearing before the Wizengamot has the right to independent representation separate from any guardian or institutional appointee. That's Section 14 of the Wizarding Child Welfare Act of 1952. You can specifically request that the advocate not be someone appointed by Hogwarts or the Ministry. How do you know Section 14 of the... I read it last night, Hermione said without looking up from her parchment. After we had breakfast and before you fell asleep, I had 3 hours. I'm a fast reader. She looked up. I can draft your response if you want. Legally precise language tends to work better than emotional appeals in formal settings. Ron looked between them over his porridge. It's been 1 day, he said, to no one in particular. You've been here 1 day. Some of us adapt quickly, Hermione said. Harry was already composing his response in his head. He took the parchment. I'll write it, he said. But tell me what to say. Hermione told him what to say. He wrote it in his own words, which were blunter than her legal formulations but not, he thought, less effective. He requested independent legal representation per Section 14, specified that the advocate should have no prior institutional relationship with either Hogwarts or the Ministry, and added, on his own initiative, that he would like a copy of the full Wizengamot case filed before the session. As he considered himself a primary witness and primary subject of the investigation and had the right to know what was being said about his own life before he entered a formal setting. He signed it, rolled it, and attached it to the owl's leg. That last bit about the case file, Hermione said, with the expression of someone mentally filing away a technique. That was yours. Standard sense, Harry said. I'm not going into a room without knowing what's in it first. People don't usually know they can ask for that. People don't usually think they're allowed to ask for things they're not specifically told they can ask for, Harry said. I learned early that the worst anyone can say is no. Ron looked at him for a moment. My mum sent a letter this morning, he said. She addressed it to you, actually. I'll get it after breakfast. What does it say? I haven't opened it. It's not my letter. Ron, it's addressed to someone you've known for 18 hours. Ron considered. She told me what it would say before we left. She said she wanted you to know that if you needed anything, absolutely anything, a place to go for Christmas, or someone to write to, or just, she said her door is always open. He looked slightly pink. I know you don't know her. But she meant it. Harry was quiet for a moment. He thought about what to do with that. He put it away carefully in the place where he kept things that were too large to look at directly right now. Tell her thank you, he said. Ron nodded. The pink faded. They ate their toast. McGonagall came for him at 10:30, which meant she'd been up since at least 8 managing correspondence, because the castle when Harry came through it on the way to the entrance was making the kind of noise that indicated significant activity, teachers moving quickly between offices, official-looking owls at nearly every window, and a low hum of student conversation that had the urgent frequency of a building still processing something it hadn't finished with. She walked beside him, not ahead of him. Harry noticed that. A deliberate choice. How are you feeling? She asked. Prepared, Harry said. Good. I'll be accompanying you. There will also be an independent advocate. I put in a request last night before I saw yours this morning, which... A slight pause. You put in your own request. With Hermione's help. Miss Granger is quite something. She's extraordinary, Harry said, with complete sincerity, because he was already very sure of this and didn't see the point of soft-pedaling it. I'm glad she's here. The advocate who's been assigned is a witch named Augusta Longbottom. She has no prior relationship with the Ministry in any formal capacity, and she has a significant personal interest in ensuring that the Wizengamot takes this matter seriously. Harry stored that for later. The name Longbottom meant nothing to him yet, but the phrase significant personal interest meant she had a reason, and people with reasons were more reliable than people with professional obligations. The Hogwarts carriages were apparently enchanted to go to the Ministry when the occasion required, which was one of the more useful pieces of information Harry had encountered. And the ride gave him 40 minutes that he spent looking out at the countryside and letting Minerva McGonagall explain the Wizengamot structure in the measured way of someone who had grown up with it, and therefore knew which parts were actually important, and which parts were ceremonial theater. The Wizengamot had 50 members. It operated by majority vote. The Minister for Magic sat at the head but did not vote except to break a tie. Amelia Bones would present the DMLE's findings. Dumbledore, as Chief Warlock, would technically preside, but given his status as a subject of the investigation, that position had been transferred to the deputy for the duration. "Who's the deputy?" Harry asked. "Tiberius Ogden," McGonagall said. "Reasonable man. Old, but the kind of old that comes with some genuine wisdom rather than just calcification." She looked out the window. "He was in the same year as Dumbledore at Hogwarts, which means he's known the man for 70 years, which means he will not be easy for Albus to influence." "You're preparing me," Harry said. "I am giving you information," McGonagall said precisely. "You're preparing me for a fight." A pause. "I prefer to think of it as ensuring that when you enter that chamber, you are not surprised by anything that does not deserve to surprise you." She looked at him. "You said last night that you prefer to know what's in a room before you enter it." "I did say that." "Then consider this me trying to make sure that's true." Harry looked at her for a moment. She was looking out the window again, her profile sharp against the passing landscape, and he thought about the weight she was carrying in this, not just guilt, but the particular guilt of someone who'd done the right small thing and let it go when the right small thing hadn't been enough. He thought it was probably not an easy thing to be Minerva McGonagall this morning. "Thank you," he said. And meant it differently than he usually meant it. She didn't say anything, but the line of her shoulders changed slightly. The Ministry of Magic, it turned out, was underground, which Harry thought was either poetic or practical depending on your perspective, and the atrium was one of the most ostentatious spaces he'd ever seen, which was saying something given that he'd spent the previous evening in a floating candle castle. The golden fountain alone was larger than the Dursleys' entire sitting room, and it showed witches and wizards in attitudes of nobility that managed to be both impressive and slightly ridiculous, which Harry suspected was true of most monuments if you looked at them with the wrong eyes. Augusta Longbottom met them by the fountain. She was tall, thin, formidable in the way that women of a certain age and certainty were formidable, wearing robes the color of old wine and a hat that was clearly not interested in being subtle. She looked at Harry with eyes that were sharp and experienced and not at all soft, which he appreciated. He'd had enough soft looks in the last 12 hours to last him a while. "Harry Potter," she said. It wasn't a question. "I'm Augusta Longbottom. I'm your legal advocate for this proceeding." "Do you know what that means?" "It means you speak for my interests," Harry said. "It means if someone asks a question that I'm not required to answer, you tell me. It means you can object to lines of questioning that are designed to redirect blame. It means anything I say goes through you first." Augusta looked at McGonagall. McGonagall looked at the fountain with an expression of performed innocence. "Accurately summarized," Augusta said. "One addition, it also means that if I advise you not to say something and you choose to say it anyway, you have the right to do that. My role is to protect your interests, not override your judgment." She paused. "That said, I will tell you when I think your judgment is wrong." "Fair enough," Harry said. "Do you have the case file?" She produced it from under her arm. Harry took it, opened it, and began to read while they walked to the lifts. He read quickly, another thing Hermione would have approved of, and what he found in the file was a map of absence that was almost more disturbing than evidence would have been. The Dursleys' address was there. His parents' deaths were documented. The placement decision was a single paragraph, signed by Albus Dumbledore, countersigned by nobody, with no secondary approval and no welfare attachment. One paragraph, and then nothing for 10 years. One paragraph. He turned another page. The magical forensic summary was there, 4 pages from a cursed scar specialist named Ollivander, not the wand maker, a different one, and Harry read those pages very carefully because they were about his own body and he felt he deserved to know what they said. The scars were catalogued by location, estimated age, and magical origin. The oldest was on his left forearm, estimated date of infliction, between age 2 and age 3. It was consistent with the magical discharge signature of a suppressed accidental magic event, amplified by extreme emotional distress in the caster. 23 of them were that type: accidental discharge, extreme emotional distress in the caster. Not deliberate, technically, but not accidental in any meaningful sense either. You didn't generate 23 accidental magical discharges in the direction of the same child unless the situation that caused your emotional distress kept repeating. 38 were more deliberate. Not wand work, these were Muggles, none of them had wands, but deliberate in the sense of repeated, intentional physical acts that had combined with the ambient magical charge around Harry's suppressed magic to produce scarring. These were the ones that made Harry's jaw tighten, reading them, because they had clean physical explanations and the physical explanations were straightforward. 10 were something else. Something the forensic specialist had flagged with 3 separate question marks and the note require further examination, origin unclear, potentially compound. Harry closed the file as the lift arrived. Well? Augusta said. The forensic specialist flagged 10 scars as unclear, Harry said. I want to know what that means before we go in. Augusta looked at him steadily. It means there may be a magical element that goes beyond accidental discharge. It may mean there's a deliberate suppression aspect, someone or something actively working to prevent your magic from developing normally. She paused. We don't know yet. That's part of what the investigation will determine. Harry thought about that. He thought about 10 years of strange things happening around him: the hair, the teacher's wig, the snake at the zoo, the glass vanishing, and he thought about the years before that, the years he remembered only in the way you remember things before language properly sets in impressions and feelings rather than narratives. He thought about the question the hat hadn't answered yet. He filed it away and stepped into the lift. The D'Amelio interview room was not what Harry had expected. He'd built a picture from the word interview and the word ministry and the general aesthetic of the building, so he'd expected something imposing and official. What he got was a medium-sized room with a round table, 7 chairs, adequate lighting, and a single window that showed the same enchanted view of a sunny sky that he'd been told meant they were underground. There was a jug of water on the table. There were no raised platforms, no seats of judgment, nothing architecturally designed to make him feel small. He noted that. Stored it as information about Amelia Bones. She was already there when they arrived, a solid, direct-faced woman in the mid-50s who stood when they entered with the courtesy of someone who'd thought about the power dynamics of this room and made choices accordingly. She had gray-streaked hair and round glasses, and she looked at Harry with the particular expression of someone who is controlling their reaction to something because their reaction is not what this moment is about. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Thank you for coming. Please sit anywhere you like." Harry sat. McGonagall sat to his right, Augusta to his left. 2 D'Amelio officials he didn't know sat on the other side of the table with parchment and quick quotes quills. The self-writing kind, he noticed, not the unethical kind, because these ones were copper-tipped rather than silver, and he'd read that silver-tipped ones added emphasis the speaker hadn't intended, another piece of information Hermione had delivered at breakfast. Bones sat down. She folded her hands on the table, which was a thing adults did when they were being deliberate about their body language, and said, "Before we begin, I want to be clear about what this is and what it isn't. This is not a trial, yours or anyone else's. This is a preliminary interview. I need to understand your circumstances and your history from your perspective so that when we proceed to the Wizengamot session this afternoon, the people in that chamber have accurate information rather than assumptions." She looked at him steadily. "You've seen the case file?" "Yes." "Questions?" "Several," Harry said. "But I'll hold them until you've asked yours, unless something becomes relevant." Bones's expression shifted very slightly. It was a professional micro-expression, the kind that happened when a person recalibrated a situation. "All right," she said. "Let's start simply. Tell me about your living situation at number 4, Privet Drive." In your own words, in whatever order makes sense to you. Harry had thought about this. He'd thought about it on the carriage ride, during the lift, and in the 30 seconds of silence since sitting down. He'd decided, with the same practical efficiency he applied to most problems, that the most useful thing he could do was be completely accurate without being either minimizing or performing emotion for effect. The facts were sufficient. The facts, laid out plainly, were more powerful than any amount of feeling because they couldn't be argued with. So he told her. He told her about the cupboard under the stairs, which he'd lived in until he was 10. About the Dursley's son Dudley, who was large and had friends who were also large and who had refined the game of Harry hunting to an art form by the time they were 8. About Vernon, whose inventiveness in the matter of punishment had always seemed to Harry slightly disproportionate to the actual offenses, which had included such crimes as asking too many questions, accidentally turning a teacher's hair blue, being at the top of his class before he learned not to be, and existing in a manner Vernon found irritating. About Petunia, who had been, and Harry said this carefully, because it was accurate and he wanted it to be, a more complicated case. How so? Bones said. She didn't like me, Harry said. That was clear from as early as I can remember. But her dislike was different from Vernon's. Vernon's was aggressive. Active. He wanted me to be smaller somehow. To not exist in ways he could see. He thought about how to phrase the next part. Petunia's was more like, she was afraid of me. And she was angry about being afraid. Like I represented something she decided she didn't want in her life and then couldn't quite manage to fully ignore. He paused. She was never kind to me, but she was also occasionally, I don't know, present, in a way Vernon wasn't. She'd notice things sometimes and then look away from them. If I was sick she wouldn't do anything, exactly, but she'd hover near the cupboard in a way that suggested she was aware of it. Bones was writing something. Ambivalent, she said. I think so, yes. Did she ever intervene? Between you and her husband? Once, Harry said. When I was about 7. There was an incident, Vernon had been, the details aren't necessary, and she came into the room and said, in a very controlled voice, "That's enough, Vernon." And he stopped. He looked surprised, and he stopped. Harry looked at his hands. She never did it again. McGonagall beside him had gone very still. But she could have, Bones said. Not accusatory. Just clarifying. She could have, Harry said. Yes. Bones made another note. Tell me about the magic that happened around you during your time at the Dursleys. Harry told her about that too. All of it, the hair, the sweater, the glass at the zoo, a dozen smaller incidents he'd learned to clock as magical from the Dursleys' reactions rather than from any knowledge of his own. He described the feeling that accompanied them, a pressure that built up behind his sternum when he was very frightened or very angry, like water behind a dam, and then the release of something that he hadn't controlled and hadn't understood. And after these incidents, Bones said, what happened? Vernon would there was usually a punishment. He'd say I was doing it deliberately. I wasn't, at least not consciously. But the punishment was the same either way. Bones put her quill down. She looked at him directly. Mr. Potter, I'm going to ask you something, and I want you to take whatever time you need. Did you, in those 10 years, did you ever expect that someone would come? Someone from the wizarding world. Someone who knew where you were. Harry looked at her. It was a good question. It was actually a very good question, and the thing about very good questions was that sometimes the answer was more honest than you'd planned on being. I knew about magic, he said carefully. Once I was old enough to understand what the Dursleys' reaction to it meant, I knew that there was something else out there. Something they were afraid of. He paused. And I suppose, yes. I thought that whoever had sent me to them must know where I was. And I thought. He stopped. Take your time, Bones said quietly. I thought that if they knew where I was and weren't coming, then either they had a very good reason or. He stopped again. Or they didn't care enough to check? And for a long time I told myself it was the first one, because the second one was. He stopped. Said flatly. The second one was harder. The room was quiet. The second one turned out to be more accurate, he said. The checking not happening anyway. Not the not caring. I think probably some people cared. They just let it not be their problem. Bones picked up her quill. Her face was professionally composed. Her jaw was set in a way that told Harry she was angry, and she was managing it, and she was managing it because her anger was not what this room was for. Thank you, she said. I have a few more specific questions, and then we'll prepare for this afternoon. He answered her specific questions. He answered them all, fully, without softening and without dramatizing. He answered them in the voice he'd developed over years of reading situations, the voice that was neither asking for pity nor pretending not to feel what he felt, but simply stating what was true. When he was finished, Augusta Longbottom, who had been almost entirely silent throughout, said, I have one question. Of course, Bones said. Augusta looked at Harry. Who do you want in that chamber this afternoon? Specifically, who do you want to be there when the Wizengamot convenes? Harry thought about it. The Dursleys, he said. I want Vernon Dursley there. I want him in a room where someone is writing down what he says and there are consequences for lying. He paused. And I want Dumbledore there. They'll both be there, Bones said. I know, Harry said. I just wanted to say it. The Wizengamot chamber was everything the interview room wasn't. It rose in tiers, semicircular, stone-walled, with seating for the full 50 members around a central floor that had a chair in the middle of it, and not much else. It smelled of stone and old parchment, and the particular charged quality of a space where large magical decisions had been made for a very long time. The lighting was torches and wand-light, and the combination threw shadows in directions that didn't quite match, which Harry found mildly unsettling in an interesting way. He was not seated on the central floor. Bones had arranged for him to sit in a gallery-level observer seat, which was a low-walled area off the main chamber floor where witnesses waited before being called. Augusta was with him. McGonagall was below, seated among the official attendees at the chamber's edge. Harry looked down at the 50 seats filling up, at the figures in plum-colored robes settling into them with the contained energy of people who had read their briefs and formed opinions and were now performing the neutrality that official proceedings required. He looked at Fudge at the head, in his lime-green robe, who was exchanging words with Tiberius Ogden, the silver-haired, sharp-faced man who would preside. He looked at Snape, who was seated in the attendee section near McGonagall and was staring at the central floor with an expression Harry classified as aggressively not looking in any particular direction. He looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was in the front row of the official attendees section, in robes that were slightly more subdued than Harry had seen him in the previous night, deep navy rather than the Silver Star variety, and he was sitting with perfect stillness, hands folded on the rail in front of him, looking at nothing in particular with an expression that Harry spent a good 30 seconds analyzing and concluded was genuine. Not constructed calm, but the stillness of a man who had made peace with the fact that something was about to happen that he'd earned. That was interesting. Harry had expected more fight. He filed it away. The doors opened and the Dursleys came in. Vernon first, large, purple-faced, in a Muggle suit that looked aggressively out of place among the robes, with the expression of a man who was furious and terrified in equal measure and was using the fury to manage the terror. He was flanked by 2 Aurors who were not precisely touching him but were arranged in a way that made it clear they would be if required. Petunia behind him, thin and pale and dressed in pale beige, her head moving in small, precise increments as she took in the chamber. She was using the Muggle in a Muggle situation strategy of looking at everything slightly sideways, not making eye contact with anything directly. Harry watched her scan the gallery. Her eyes crossed his and stopped. He looked back. She looked away first, and her expression when she looked away was not the one he'd expected. He'd have expected something like anger, or fear, or the contemptuous dismissal she'd used on him for years like a shield. What he got instead was something rawer than any of those things, something that didn't have a simple name, and he filed that away too. Dudley was not there. He was 11. Ministry policy on minors, a different matter, one Harry had not been offered the same protection of, but that was rather the point of all this. Tiberius Ogden called the session to order with the rapping of a gavel that made the chamber ring. "Emergency session of the Wizengamot," he said, in a carrying voice that had the practiced authority of someone who'd been doing this for decades. "Convened under emergency motion filed by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The matter before this body is the welfare of Harry James Potter, minor, ward of the wizarding community, and the circumstances of his placement and residency at No. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, from November 1981 to the present date." He paused. "Department Head Bones will present preliminary findings. This body will determine whether a full formal investigation is warranted and what immediate actions are required. We begin." Amelia Bones stood. Harry settled in his chair and listened to the woman systematically, calmly, and with perfect professional clarity, present 40 pages of absence to the most powerful court in Wizarding Britain and explain exactly what that absence meant. She was very good at this. Harry appreciated competence in a way that was almost physical, and watching Bones work was like watching someone dismantle a structure by removing exactly the right pieces, not everything at once, but the key supports, one by one, so that the whole thing became visibly unsustainable before it came down. She started with the placement decision. One paragraph, no secondary authorization, no welfare attachment. She moved to the subsequent years. No check-ins. No medical assessments. No correspondence. Nothing. She moved to the physical evidence, the forensic report, which she read aloud with the same measured tone she'd used for everything else, and the chamber went quiet in the way chambers go quiet when the information is landing and the landing is uncomfortable. She read out the number 71. She read it once and let it sit in the air. Vernon, in his seat below, had turned a color Harry didn't have a precise name for. His hands on the arms of his chair were white-knuckled. Petunia was looking at the floor. "The department's position," Bones said, wrapping up, "is that this constitutes a failure of duty of care at the institutional level, compounding individual abuse at the household level, and that both require full investigation. We are seeking the Wizengamot's authority to conduct formal examinations, summon witnesses under oath, and implement immediate protective measures for Mr. Potter pending the investigation's conclusion." She sat down. Ogden said, "Questions for the department?" Several members had questions. Harry tracked them from the gallery. Some were genuine, some were procedural cover, and a few were aimed at finding angles that might reduce the scope of the investigation, which he noted without surprise. Large institutions had immune responses. He'd expected this. What he hadn't expected was the member who stood in the third tier, older witch, dark robes, face like a hatchet, who said, in a very clear voice, "I want to know who signed the placement order, and why there was no secondary authorization." "That question doesn't appear to have been asked yet," Bones said. "I was planning to address that in the witness stage." The hatchet-faced witch said, "I'd rather not wait." Ogden looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Ogden. A moment passed between them that had 70 years of shared history in it. "We'll advance the witness schedule," Ogden said. "Albus Dumbledore." Dumbledore stood. He made his way to the central floor with the same measured dignity he brought to every room he entered, and Harry watched him from the gallery and thought about the man who had made a choice in 1981 and spent a decade not checking on that choice, and thought about what it would mean to stand in the center of this chamber and be asked about that choice by 50 people who were not going to be gentle about it. Dumbledore sat in the chair. "Professor Dumbledore," Ogden said, "you authorized the placement of Harry Potter with the Dursley family. Why?" A pause. Dumbledore looked at his hands for a moment and then looked up, and his voice, when he spoke, was honest in a way that Harry hadn't quite anticipated. "Because I believed it was the only way to keep him safe," Dumbledore said. "There is a magical protection tied to the blood bond between Harry and his aunt. His mother's sacrifice created a shield that, as long as Harry resided with his blood family, would protect him from Voldemort or any agents of Voldemort. It was the most powerful protective magic I could offer him. He paused. I prioritized that protection above all other considerations. Above welfare assessments, said a member. Yes. Above ministry oversight requirements. Yes. Above the reservations expressed by Professor McGonagall, who visited the property and advised against the placement. A beat. Yes. You made that decision alone, said the hatchet-faced witch. No consultation, no secondary authorization. Yes. The chamber had the quality of held breath. Harry leaned forward slightly in the gallery. He had a question. He was holding it, because Augusta had told him the gallery was for observation and that he would be called if required and he should wait, and he understood the logic of that. The Wizengamot proceeding had its own rhythm and interrupting it would be less effective than working within it. But he was holding the question, and it was getting harder to hold. Dumbledore was answering further questions now, with the careful, measured honesty of someone who had decided that the truth, deployed completely, was the only thing that might eventually constitute redemption. He was not evasive. He was not minimizing. He was explaining his reasoning with the clarity of a brilliant mind that had made a catastrophic choice and understood, now, what the choice had cost. The question Harry was holding was simple. Did you know, Professor, that the blood protection required Harry to live with the Dursleys? Did it require him to live there well? Because Harry had been thinking about this on the carriage ride and the lift and the interview and all the spaces in between, and he'd been thinking about the logic, and the logic had a gap in it, and the gap was this: the protection required residence. It did not require suffering. The suffering was not the point of it. The suffering was a separate thing that had happened inside the protection, and no one had checked on it, and Dumbledore had known the Dursleys were unpleasant. McGonagall had told him, and had chosen to believe that unpleasant would not become what it became. He sat in the gallery and held the question and waited. Below, Petunia Dursley was still looking at the floor. Her hands were folded in her lap. She had not moved in some time. The chamber moved around her, questions, answers, procedural motions, and she sat in her chair like someone who had been carrying something for a long time and was very tired. Harry looked at her. He thought about the one time she'd said "That's enough, Vernon," and then never did it again. He thought about the way she'd looked at him across the chamber when she first arrived, that raw, nameless thing in her expression. He thought about Amelia Bones's underlined name on a parchment she'd been holding when they'd first arrived. He thought, there is something there that nobody has found yet. He looked at Augusta. He said very quietly, "When they call Petunia Dursley, I need you to ask her about my mother." Augusta looked at him sharply. "What specifically?" "About how she felt about her," Harry said. "About what happened between them. About whether she knows why the scars the hat described as compound look different from the rest." He paused. "I think it matters." Augusta studied him for a long moment. "You've read the forensic report more carefully than I expected." "I read everything more carefully than people expect," Harry said. "Will you ask?" "Yes," she said. "I'll ask." Below, Tiberius Ogden called a 20-minute recess, and the chamber murmured back to life, and Harry Potter sat in the gallery above it all and waited for the thing he'd always known was here, underneath everything else, to finally come into the light. Chapter 3. The Scars Speak. The recess lasted 37 minutes, not 20, because 3 Wizengamot members had urgent words for Tiberius Ogden that couldn't wait, and one of them had urgent words for Amelia Bones that she listened to with the expression of someone being told something they already knew and weren't going to let slow them down. Harry used the time to eat a conjured sandwich that Augusta produced from somewhere in her robes with the matter-of-fact competence of a woman who had learned long ago that proceedings ran long, and that hunger made people stupid. He ate it, and watched the chamber reorganize itself below, the clusters of conversation, the body language, the way the room had separated into people who wanted this investigation thorough and people who wanted it contained, and you could tell the two groups apart at 50 feet by whether they were moving toward each other or away. Fudge was in a corner with two members Harry didn't recognize, talking with the tight, careful gestures of someone trying to build consensus on a deadline. He kept glancing at Bones, who was reviewing her parchment at the floor level and not glancing at anyone. Dumbledore was sitting in the attendee section, not talking to anyone. He had a cup of tea that had probably gone cold. He was looking at a fixed point on the floor in the way that suggested he was not seeing the floor at all. Snape, Harry noticed, had moved. He'd been in the attendee section earlier, and now he was standing near the back wall at floor level, apart from everyone else, with his arms crossed and his eyes moving around the room in the sharp, cataloging way of someone who was thinking about exits. Not physical exits, the thinking kind. Interesting. McGonagall found Harry in the gallery during the recess. She came up the narrow stairs at the side and sat next to him without preamble and said, "How are you doing?" "I'm watching," Harry said. "I know. I know what you meant." He looked at her. "I'm fine, Professor. Genuinely. This is better than I expected, actually. Bones is good. She's the best we have," McGonagall said, and there was a fierceness in it. "She's been trying to reform the Child Welfare Division for 3 years. Fudge keeps cutting her budget." She looked at Fudge's corner with an expression that could have stripped paint. "That may be harder to do after today." "It will be," Harry said with certainty. McGonagall looked at him. "You sound very sure. Because by the end of today there will be 62 members of this body who have heard the words 71 scars and have had to decide what they are, professionally and personally, in relation to those words. The ones who try to minimize it are going to be on the wrong side of history, and they're going to know it. That changes what they're willing to vote for." He ate the last of the sandwich. "It's not complicated." McGonagall was quiet for a moment. "Albus spoke to me this morning," she said, "before we left for the ministry. He asked me what I was going to say when called to testify." Harry waited. "I told him I was going to say exactly what happened," she said. "That I visited, that I objected, that I let him override my objection, and that I regret it." She paused. "He said he understood. Did that bother you? That he understood? That he wasn't defensive about it?" McGonagall looked at the floor. "It bothered me more than his being defensive would have," she said quietly. "Because it means he's known for some time that he was wrong. And he still didn't." She stopped. "Still didn't check," Harry said. "Yes. Knowing you were wrong isn't the same as fixing it," Harry said. "Sometimes people know they were wrong and they build a very comfortable structure around that knowledge, and they live in it for a long time, and they call it complexity." He paused. "I don't think Dumbledore is a bad person. I think he's a person who is very used to his judgment being the final word, and the distance between those two things is large, but it's not infinite." McGonagall looked at him for a long time without saying anything. "What?" Harry said. "Nothing," she said. You're 11 years old. Almost 12. Stop saying that." Harry almost smiled. "Will you be all right when you testify?" "I will be perfectly composed," she said, which was not the same thing, and they both knew it, and she stood up. "The session resumes in 5 minutes. I'll be below." She paused on the top stair. "For what it's worth, you are doing exactly the right thing. Being here. Saying what you've said." "I know," Harry said. "But thank you." She went down the stairs and Harry sat in the gallery and finished the last bite of Augusta's sandwich, and waited for the session to restart. It started with Vernon Dursley, which Harry thought was the right call sequencing-wise, establish the household facts before the institutional ones, build the picture from the ground up. Vernon was escorted to the central chair by the same 2 Aurors who'd flanked him on arrival, and he sat in it the way he sat in most chairs, taking up more space than necessary, establishing size as a form of communication. He was sweating. Harry could see it from the gallery. The collar of his suit was doing something unfortunate. Tiberius Ogden administered the oath, a short, formal piece of magic that glowed faintly blue at Vernon's hands as he repeated it, which made Vernon flinch and then look furious at himself for flinching. Amelia Bones stood. "Mr. Dursley," she said pleasantly, "I'm going to ask you to describe, in your own words, the living arrangements for Harry Potter at your household." Vernon straightened. He had prepared something. Harry could see the preparation in the way he drew breath and the particular quality of the words that followed, carefully assembled, with the architecture of a man who had thought about what sounded reasonable. The boy was given a room. He was fed. He attended school. He was treated adequately. "Like family?" Bones asked. Vernon's jaw moved. "He was provided for." "I see." Bones made a small note. "Your son Dudley was also provided for, I assume." "Can you describe the differences in their respective living arrangements?" Vernon's prepared speech didn't have a good route through this question. Harry watched him recalculate. "Dudley is my son," he said. Naturally, there were differences. The boy, Harry, was a different. Where did Harry sleep? Bones said. "Pleasantly still." A pause. "He had a bedroom." "Where?" In the house." "I don't. When he was. Our records suggest approximately age 10. Bones said. "And the timing correlates with Dudley's second bedroom being converted to a space for Dudley's surplus toys, which required Harry to vacate the cupboard because the toys needed the space." She looked at her notes. "Is that accurate?" "I don't recall the specific, Mr. Dursley," Bones said, and the pleasantness had not gone, which was somehow worse than if it had. "You are under oath. I would remind you of that." Vernon's hands gripped the arms of the chair. He said nothing. "Let's move on," Bones said. "The forensic magical examination of Mr. Potter's person identified 71 cursed scars. I'd like to walk through several of these with you." She produced the forensic report. Scar 14, right shoulder blade, estimated age of infliction. Harry was between 4 and 5 years old. The magical signature is consistent with a suppressed accidental discharge at close range. "Do you recall any incident when Harry was 4 or 5 that might—" That's not something I don't know anything about magic. The scars are there regardless of your knowledge of magic," Bones said. "The question is what was happening in your household when Harry was 4 or 5 years old that might have generated the kind of extreme emotional distress that produces a magical discharge." She paused. "Would you like to describe the disciplinary practices in your household during that period?" Vernon's mouth opened and closed. From the gallery, Harry watched his uncle, a man he had feared, a man he had navigated carefully for 10 years, a man whose footsteps he had learned to decode from the weight and speed and timing, sitting in a chair in the middle of a stone chamber, surrounded by 50 witches and wizards writing down everything he said, with nowhere to go and no one to shout at, and discovered that the fear he'd carried was not there anymore. It wasn't triumph, exactly. It was more neutral than that. It was just absence. The thing that had been there was not there, and the space it left was clean. Vernon Dursley, stripped of size and volume and the particular authority that came from being in his own house, was just a frightened man in an ill-fitting suit, and Harry looked at him and felt nothing very strong at all. Augusta, sitting beside Harry, leaned slightly and said very quietly, "You all right?" "Yes," Harry said, and meant it simply, without qualification. Below, Vernon was talking. He had apparently decided that talking was better than the silence, and what he was producing was a mixture of rationalization and deflection that managed to be simultaneously self-incriminating and unconvincing, a feat that Harry would have found impressive in a different context. The boy had been difficult. The boy had been strange. Unnatural things had happened around the boy. A man had his household to protect, his family, his son. "Your son," Bones said, cutting across this cleanly. "Dudley Dursley. The forensic report notes that some of the scars, specifically scars 22, 23, 31, and 32, carry a secondary signature consistent with a second Muggle source. A smaller individual, the report estimates, based on the discharge angle." She looked at Vernon steadily. "We'll be interviewing Dudley separately. He is a minor, so that will involve different protocols. But I want to give you the opportunity now to tell me anything that's relevant to those 4 scars. Vernon's mouth went flat. I'm not going to, my son, Mr. Disley, Bones said. You are under oath. The chamber was silent. Vernon Disley looked at Amelia Bones and Amelia Bones looked at Vernon Disley, and the silence stretched until it became a thing with texture, and then Vernon said, in a voice that had lost most of its air. He was a boy. Boys fight. These aren't bruises, Bones said quietly. They're magical scars that will be on Harry Potter's body for the rest of his life. She closed the folder. I have no further questions for this witness. She sat down. One of the Wizengamot members, the hatchet-faced witch from the 3rd tier, whose name Harry had learned during the recess was Griselda Marchbanks, a woman apparently famous for academic examinations and a spine made of something industrial, stood immediately. I have questions for the witness. She had quite a lot of questions for the witness. She asked them with the methodical, undeflectable quality of someone who had spent 50 years examining students who thought they could get away with not knowing the answer, and Vernon, who was used to being the most forceful person in any room, sat in the chair and shrank in increments that were measurable. Harry watched. He did not feel satisfaction exactly. He felt the particular quiet that came after something you'd waited a long time for was finally happening, and it was happening the right way, and you could let it proceed without needing to add anything to it. It was a strange feeling. He'd have to find a name for it eventually. Petunia Disley came to the central chair differently than her husband had. She walked steadily, with her spine straight and her chin up, and she sat in the chair without gripping the arms, and she looked at Amelia Bones across the floor of the chamber with an expression that was entirely unreadable. Harry had tried to read it for the full minute of her walk from the attendee section, and he'd gotten nothing useful, which was itself information. Petunia had a better face than Vernon always had. She took the oath. The magic glowed blue at her hands, and she watched it with an expression that was not quite surprise, and not quite recognition, but somewhere between the two. Augusta noticed. Harry had already noticed it. Bones started with the practical questions, the living arrangements, the daily routine, the school, the food. Petunia answered them without evasion and without elaboration, and children are thin, she said. It wasn't. She stopped. Started again. The portion sizes were not. I didn't always. Another stop. She seemed to be having a conversation with herself in the pauses, and losing it. No, she said finally. I would not like to explain the discrepancy, because I cannot explain it in a way that sounds like anything other than what it was. The chamber absorbed this. Mrs. Disley, Bones said, I want to ask you about your sister. Something crossed Petunia's face. It was fast and complicated and then gone. Lily Potter née Evans, Bones said. Your younger sister. She died in 1981. Harry was placed with you shortly afterward. I know when my sister died, Petunia said. I'm sure. I'm asking about her because I think she's relevant to understanding your relationship with Harry. Bones paused. How would you describe your relationship with your sister? Petunia's jaw tightened. Complicated. In what way? A long pause. A very long pause. The kind that had things in it. She was magic, Petunia said, and the word came out stripped of the contempt that Harry had heard her apply to it for years, which meant she was not performing right now. From the time she was small, she was magical and I was not, and our parents. She stopped. Her hands unfolded slightly. Our parents thought it was wonderful. And you? I wanted. Petunia stopped again. And then something shifted in her face, almost imperceptible, and she said with the flat clarity of someone who has decided that this particular performance is no longer sustainable. I wanted to be magic too. I wrote to the school. Dumbledore himself wrote back and told me I couldn't come, that I was not, that there was nothing there for me. She looked at the floor. I spent a year hating my sister for having something I couldn't have, and then I spent the next 30 years pretending the whole thing didn't exist, because that was easier then. She stopped. Didn't finish. Harry, in the gallery, was very still. He had not known about the letter. He hadn't known about any of this. He was recalibrating, rapidly, the way he always recalibrated when new information changed the shape of a known structure. Petunia wasn't just a Muggle who hated magic. She was a person who had wanted magic and been told she couldn't have it, and had spent 30 years building a life around the absence of it, and then her sister had died and her sister's child. Magic, undeniable, living proof of everything she'd locked away, had been put in her house. He didn't forgive her. That wasn't where he was. But the picture had changed shape, and he stored the new shape, and he thought about the compound scars the forensic report had flagged. He looked at Augusta. Augusta was already leaning forward slightly, waiting for her moment. Bones was still talking. Mrs. Dudley, are you aware that some of the scarring on Harry's body carries what the forensic specialists describe as a compound signature? One that appears to combine external physical trauma with the suppression of Harry's own magical development? Petunia went very still. The specialists believe, Bones continued, that this type of scarring requires sustained proximity to a source of ambient magic, meaning someone in the household who has their own magical potential. Not trained magic. Not wand work. But something. She paused. The report indicates that the compound scars are consistent with what happens when a child's magic is repeatedly, externally suppressed at close range. The chamber was very quiet. Mrs. Dudley, Bones said carefully, do you have any magical ability? I am not magical, Petunia said, with the precision of someone who has said this particular sentence many, many times. Have you ever experienced anything that you could not otherwise explain? Bones said. Particularly in moments of strong emotion? A pause that was barely a pause. No. Mrs. Dudley, I am not magical, Petunia said again. Augusta stood. If it pleases the Wizengamot, she said, in a carrying voice that indicated she didn't particularly care whether it pleased them or not. I am the legal advocate for Harry Potter, and I have a line of questioning for this witness that I believe is directly relevant to the compound scarring issue. Ogden said. Proceed. Augusta looked at Petunia. Mrs. Dudley, are you aware of what a squib is? Petunia's chin came up slightly. No. A squib, Augusta said, is an individual born to at least one magical parent who shows no measurable magical ability in the conventional sense, no wand magic, no active spell casting, but who nonetheless exists in proximity to magic and whose magical potential, while suppressed or absent in active form, can manifest under extreme conditions. She paused. Lily Potter was a Muggle-born witch. Your parents had no magical background. But magical talent does not always follow neat lines of inheritance. Sometimes it skips an individual while still leaving residue. She let that word sit. The Hogwarts Records Office ran a check this morning, per my request. You were not assessed for squib classification in 1966 when the Muggle Liaison Office noted you. You were assessed as a Muggle and the assessment was not challenged. She paused again. The assessment was conducted by a ministry official named Caractacus Webb, who retired under investigation for procedural shortcuts in 1972. 12 of his assessments from that period were subsequently found to be inaccurate. The chamber had an expression. Collective, impossible to describe individually, but clear as a whole, the expression of a room reconfiguring around new information. Petunia was looking at Augusta. Her face had done something. Not broken, exactly. Cracked at the joints, the way old stone cracks, along lines that had always been there. I'm not, she started. You may not be, Augusta said. We don't know yet. The question is whether a full magical assessment was ever properly conducted. And the answer is that it wasn't. She looked at Petunia steadily. If you are a squib, Mrs. Dudley, if you have suppressed magical potential, then what the forensic report is describing is not simply external abuse. It is something more specific. It is a person with suppressed magic, living in close proximity to a child with very powerful magic, in a state of sustained emotional distress, effectively and unconsciously suppressing that child's magical development every single day. She paused. Not deliberately, but persistently. Petunia's hands had come apart in her lap. She was staring at Augusta. I didn't. She stopped. I didn't know I was. I believe you, Augusta said, and her voice had changed to something quieter. I'm not suggesting intention. I'm suggesting context, because context is what determines how we understand the compound scars, and how we determine what protective measures need to be in place going forward. Petunia Dursley looked at Augusta Longbottom for a long moment. Then she looked up at the gallery. At Harry. Harry looked back at her. He thought about her standing outside the cupboard in the dark, either helping nor leaving. He thought about That's enough, Vernon, and then nothing. He thought about the year she was 10 or 11 or however old she'd been when she'd written to Hogwarts and Dumbledore had written back and told her no. He thought about her sister dying and a baby arriving on her doorstep and the letter Hagrid had mentioned, Dumbledore's letter explaining the protection, the blood magic. Did that letter explain what Petunia was? Did it explain that her proximity would suppress Harry's magic? He thought, did Dumbledore know? He thought, of course Dumbledore knew. He thought, I have another question. He didn't say any of this. He sat in the gallery and looked at his aunt, and the look on her face was the thing he hadn't been able to name when she'd first arrived, and he could name it now. It was grief. Old grief, specifically. The kind that had been living in a person so long it had become structural, part of how they held themselves up. It was the grief of someone who had lost something before they were old enough to understand it, and had spent their whole life building walls around the absence, and now those walls were being taken apart in a stone chamber in front of 50 strangers. He did not forgive her. He was not in that place and didn't know if he ever would be. But he understood her, now, in a different way than he had this morning. And understanding was not nothing. Augusta sat. Bones took over again, asking the remaining questions about the household in the careful, methodical way that built a picture brick by brick. Petunia answered them all, still in that stripped-down voice, without elaboration and without minimization, and when it was done she walked back to her seat with her spine still straight and her face still composed, and Harry watched her sit down and fold her hands again and stare at the floor. Vernon said something to her, quietly and furiously. She didn't look at him. McGonagall's testimony was next, and she gave it standing, which Harry noticed she hadn't been required to do. She stood in the center of the chamber, and gave her testimony with the spine of a woman who had decided she was not going to mitigate a single syllable of it. She described her surveillance of Privet Drive in 1981. The Dursleys as she had observed them. Her assessment, that they were not suitable guardians, that they were the worst kind of Muggles. Her direct statement of this to Dumbledore. And what did Professor Dumbledore say in response? Bones asked. He said it was the best option available. That the blood protection was essential. That the Dursleys were decent people. She paused. He said it in the particular way that Professor Dumbledore sometimes says things, as though the decision has already been finalized and the discussion is a courtesy rather than a consultation. And you let it stand. I did, McGonagall said. I should not have. No explanation. No rationalization. No, he was very persuasive, or I was only a professor or anything else that would have softened it. Harry appreciated that. Some people's guilt became an argument for why they deserved to feel better about themselves, and she wasn't doing that. Is there anything you'd like to add? Bones asked. McGonagall looked at the chamber. Then she looked up at the gallery. Harry met her eyes. I would like to say, for the record, McGonagall said in a voice that was perfectly steady, that I have known many students in my career, and I have met Harry Potter, and what that child has had to be in order to survive what he survived is remarkable, and should not have been required of him. And I intend to spend the remainder of my time at Hogwarts making sure it is not required of him again. The chamber did not applaud. It was not that kind of chamber. But it absorbed her words in a way that felt like acknowledgement, and Harry sat with the feeling that came from someone saying, in front of 50 powerful people and the official record, that he mattered. He sat with that feeling carefully, because it was fragile in the way that new things were fragile. He kept it anyway. Snape was called, which surprised everyone including, apparently, Snape. He walked to the central chair with the particular controlled movement of someone who had not been expecting this, and was managing the surprise by making absolutely certain it didn't show on his face. He took the oath. He sat. He folded his hands on his knees. Amelia Bones looked at him for a moment. "Professor Snape," she said, "you teach potions at Hogwarts. You have also, per our records, been a student at Hogwarts, during which time you were acquainted with Harry Potter's parents, correct?" "I was in the same year as Lily and James Potter," Snape said. His voice was even. "Yes. And at what age did you first meet Lily Evans?" A pause. Something moved through Snape's eyes, very briefly. "We met before Hogwarts," he said. "We were children. Approximately 9 years old." "You knew her from childhood," Bones said. "And Harry Potter is her son?" "Obviously. When Harry Potter arrived at Hogwarts yesterday, did you notice his physical condition? Any sign that something was wrong?" Snape looked at Bones for a long moment. "I did not conduct a physical examination of the boy," he said with precision. "That wasn't my question." The precision flickered. He stopped. His jaw moved. "He is small for his age," he said finally. "Underweight. Did you consider that notable?" Another pause. "I assumed he was." He stopped again. "Small. Some children are small. Some children are small." Bones agreed. "And some children are small because they've been underfed for 10 years. She looked at her notes. "Professor Snape, in your role as a Hogwarts teacher, are you familiar with the school's welfare protocols for incoming students?" "Generally." "Are those protocols routinely implemented?" Snape was quiet for a moment. "They are, implemented as circumstances warrant." "And what would warrant them?" "Physical indicators of..." He stopped. "Significant health concerns." "Underweight for age," Bones said. "Would that be a significant health concern?" The chamber was listening very intently. Harry was listening very intently. Snape looked at Amelia Bones with an expression that was slowly losing its protective layers, and Harry thought, watching it happen, that this was perhaps the more interesting of the two kinds of reckoning available to Snape, not the political or professional one, but the personal one, the one about a boy who looked like the man Snape had hated but had the eyes of the woman he had loved. And what that meant about what Snape had been willing to see. "Yes," Snape said. "It would warrant protocols." "Did you request protocols for Harry Potter before yesterday?" A long silence. "No," Snape said. "Thank you, Professor," Bones said. No further questions. Snape walked back to his seat and sat down and looked at the floor, and Harry thought about the way Snape had looked at him in the Great Hall, the first sharp, dismissive look, already forming the same contempt he'd have for James Potter, and thought about how much that look said about how readily people saw what they expected to see. He wasn't angry at Snape. Not specifically. The list of people who hadn't looked at him was long enough that individual anger didn't seem the most useful response. He was just noting things. When Dumbledore was recalled to the floor for further examination, the afternoon light through the chamber's enchanted windows had taken on the copper quality of late afternoon, and Harry had eaten another sandwich from Augusta's apparently infinite supply and had drunk 2 cups of water and had been completely still in his gallery chair for 4 hours. Which was not a thing that bothered him particularly because he'd had years of practice being still in small dark places. Dumbledore sat in the chair. He looked tired. Not old, he'd been old when Harry first saw him, but tired in a specific way, the way people look when something they'd been holding at a careful distance has gotten too close to avoid any longer. Bones walked through the new information from Petunia's testimony, the suppression component of the compound scars, the squib assessment issue, the question of whether Dumbledore had known. "Did you know," Bones said, "that Petunia Dursley may have had suppressed magical ability that could affect Harry Potter's magical development?" Dumbledore folded his hands. I knew that Petunia was aware of magic through her sister, he said carefully. I was not aware of, that's not what I asked, Bones said pleasantly. A breath. I had a theory, Dumbledore said, based on the blood protection mechanics, that Petunia's proximity to Lily's magic over the course of their childhood might have affected certain things. But I had no evidence that. You had a theory, Bones said, that Harry's magic might be suppressed by living with his aunt. And you still placed him there. The blood protection was essential. Was there no other blood relative? Bones asked. Lily had no surviving family. James Potter had a second cousin, said the hatchet-faced Griselda Marchbanks from her seat. Her voice was like a gavel. Alive in 1981. Living in Edinburgh. A witch. No criminal record, no history of welfare concerns, a home assessed by the ministry in 1980 as excellent for a child placement. She was holding a piece of parchment. This is the pre-existing ministry assessment file for Doria Potter Macmillan, conducted in 1980 during a routine next-of-kin survey. She was never contacted. The chamber absorbed this like stone absorbs cold, slowly, completely. Harry looked at the name. He stored it. He would have more to say about Doria Potter Macmillan later. Much more. Dumbledore looked at the parchment Marchbanks held from across the chamber, and something in his face did something that Harry had not seen it do in the previous 18 hours of watching him. It showed the thing underneath everything else. Not the grief or the guilt or the calcified righteousness, but something raw and specific and human. It showed a man seeing, clearly, for perhaps the first time, that he had been wrong not in a complex, contextual, understandable way, but in a simple, straightforward, preventable way. That there had been another option. That there had always been another option. That the blood tie to Lily had been a choice, not a necessity. That Harry had gone to the cupboard under the stairs because of a choice. The chamber was silent enough to hear the torches. Harry leaned forward. Augusta looked at him. He met her eyes. She nodded. Harry stood up in the gallery. Mr. Potter, Ogden said from the head of the chamber, with the cautious authority of a man who knew this was irregular but could also feel the weight of the room and wasn't sure he could stop it. I have one question, Harry said. His voice carried clearly. The gallery was designed for observation, not intervention, but he was 11 and he didn't care about the architectural intention. One question for Professor Dumbledore, if that's permitted. The chamber looked at Harry Potter standing in the gallery, and the chamber did not stop him. Ogden said after a pause, Proceed. Harry looked down at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked up at him. The distance between them was about 20 feet of stone-cut air, and it contained everything that had happened in the last 18 hours and also everything that had happened in the last 10 years. Was it necessary? Harry said. The specific household. The specific suffering. Was any of it, the cupboard, the scars, any of it, was it required by the blood magic? Did the protection require me to be unhappy, or did it just require me to live there? The silence that followed was absolute. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. His hands on his knees were still. His eyes were very clear. No, he said. It only required your residence. The protection had nothing to do with. He stopped. No. It was not required. Harry nodded. Thank you, he said, and sat back down. The chamber sat with that for a moment. Then Augusta Longbottom was on her feet, and she began to speak in the carrying, precise voice of someone who had been building to this point since she'd first read Amelia Bones's case file that morning, and what she said was the logical conclusion of everything that had come out in the course of the afternoon's proceedings, stated clearly and without preamble. This body has heard testimony today that establishes, beyond any reasonable dispute, that Harry Potter was placed in a harmful environment through a decision made by a single individual without proper authorization, that no welfare mechanisms were ever implemented, that an alternative blood relative placement was available and was never explored, and that theoretical awareness of the suppression component may have been present at the time of placement. She looked at the chamber. I am therefore requesting, on behalf of my client, the following. 1. Immediate and permanent removal of Harry Potter from the guardianship of Vernon and Petunia Dursley. 2. Formal investigation with charges to be considered against Vernon Dursley for sustained abuse. 3. Formal review of the Hogwarts child welfare protocols. 4. Appointment of proper magical guardianship for Harry Potter, with his own input and consent. And 5. She paused, and Harry thought she was someone who had always known the weight of a pause. 5. A formal acknowledgement from this body that what happened to Harry Potter should not have happened, that the institutions responsible for his welfare failed him, and that the record should reflect this plainly and permanently. The chamber voted on items 1 through 5, with the kind of speed that happened when a vote was not actually in question. The first 4 passed by significant margins. The 5th passed unanimously. 50-0. Harry sat in the gallery and watched 50 hands go up. He didn't feel what he'd expected to feel. He'd thought he'd feel vindicated, or relieved, or something large and definitive. What he actually felt was quieter than that, a kind of deep, bone-level settling, like a foundation going into ground that was actually solid, after years of standing on something that shifted. He felt, precisely and simply, like the record had been corrected. Augusta sat down. "All right," she said. "Yes," Harry said. Down on the chamber floor, Vernon Dursley was being informed by an aura that he would be required to remain available for further proceedings and that his travel was restricted to the local area pending the investigation. He opened his mouth to argue, and the aura looked at him with the practiced calm of someone who had dealt with considerably more dangerous people than a large man in a bad suit. Vernon closed his mouth. Petunia was sitting in her chair, still and folded, staring at a point on the floor that probably wasn't actually the floor. Harry watched her for a moment. She had told the truth today, all of it, without being pushed particularly hard once she'd decided to, and he thought that probably cost her something, and he thought that the truths she told had included things that were going to follow her for a long time. He thought about her letter to Hogwarts, when she was small. He thought about a child told no. He thought, that doesn't fix anything. And also, it explains something. He stood, because Augusta was standing and the session was concluding with procedural formalities that didn't require his presence. He stretched, because he'd been sitting still for 4 hours and his back was making its opinion known, and he picked up his water cup and drank the last of it and put it back. He looked at the sorting hat, which was, he blinked. The sorting hat was there. Not in the great hall, here, in the chamber, sitting on a stand near the chamber entrance that he hadn't noticed before. It must have been brought by someone, or come on its own by some mechanism he didn't understand, and it was sitting straight and still, and as Harry looked at it, its brim moved. Not a big movement. A slight adjustment, the kind a person makes when they've been sitting a long time, and something has been resolved and they're ready to get on with things. Harry looked at the hat. The hat looked at Harry. "Well," it said in its old, quiet voice, just to him, just in this moment. "There we are." "Yes," Harry said. "There we are." The hat settled back, and around it the Wizengamot session concluded, and somewhere above them in a Scottish castle, a stool stood empty at the front of a great hall, waiting. Chapter 4. What Dumbledore knew the morning after the Wizengamot session, Hogwarts had a different quality to it. Harry noticed it the moment he came down from the temporary dormitory for breakfast, the way the castle felt alert, like a building that had been listening to something and was still processing what it had heard. The portraits were awake early, which apparently was not always the case, and several of them were having conversations across their frames in the low, urgent register of people with good gossip and no requirement to do anything useful with it. A ghost Harry hadn't met yet drifted through a corridor wall, and then immediately back through it, which he suspected was the ghost equivalent of pacing. The great hall was full. Not just the first years and the returning students who'd stayed overnight, all of Hogwarts was there, because someone had told the upper years that breakfast was happening, and the upper years had come with the collective urgency of 700 young people who had been following an enormous story from the inside and wanted to know what was happening next. Harry got food without ceremony and sat in the same spot he'd been in since arriving, end of the Gryffindor table, near enough to the door to have a clear view of the room. Ron appeared within 30 seconds of Harry sitting down, carrying toast in both hands. Hermione appeared shortly after with the morning's Daily Prophet folded under her arm and an expression that said she had already read it twice. She unfolded it and put it flat on the table. Wizengamot votes, 50-0, Potter placement was institutional failure. Dursley's face formal charges. Dumbledore roll under scrutiny. Below the headline, a photograph of the chamber at the end of yesterday's session, showing the gallery where Harry had sat. He was not in it, the angle was wrong, and the floor where the 50 plum-robed members had cast their votes. The photograph kept cycling, hands going up, hands coming down, hands going up again. 50-0, Ron said, looking at the photograph. The fifth vote was the interesting one, Hermione said, tapping the article. The formal acknowledgement. That's binding record. That means in 20 years someone can't revise history and say it was complicated or debatable. It's in the permanent Wizengamot record that the institutions failed you. She looked at Harry. That was Augusta Longbottom's doing. Partly, Harry said. Hermione studied him. You asked for something in the gallery? I couldn't hear it from here. I'll tell you later, Harry said. He read the article. It was more accurate than he'd expected from a newspaper, which he credited partly to the fact that quick quotes quills were banned from the Wizengamot chamber and partly to the fact that whatever reporter had written this had apparently decided that their job was to report what had happened rather than to construct a narrative around it. The facts were remarkable enough. They hadn't needed embellishment. The article mentioned Doria Potter Macmillan. Harry read that paragraph twice. Augusta had told him last night, in the carriage back to Hogwarts, that the Ministry Welfare Office was already attempting to locate her. She was still alive, in her mid-50s, living in Edinburgh. She'd moved there after her husband died in 1989. She had 2 adult children and a house the Ministry assessed as excellent in 1980 and had presumably continued to maintain. He thought about her. A woman who had never been contacted. Who had no idea, possibly, that any of this had happened. Who had been sitting in Edinburgh for 10 years not knowing that her second cousin's son was under a staircase in Surrey. He thought about what that conversation was going to look like. He put it away for later because later was when it would happen and thinking about it now wasn't useful. The hat's going to sort us today, Ron said. He said it with the particular tone of someone who was aware this was a significant thing and wasn't sure how to weight it against everything else happening. Probably, Harry said. The session's concluded, the immediate protective measures are in place. There's more investigation to come, but the blocking condition has been met. Are you nervous? Hermione asked. Harry considered. No. I am, she said, with startling directness. I've been nervous about it since yesterday morning when it didn't happen. I've read about all 4 houses and I have opinions about where I belong and where I'd like to be, and those 2 things are not entirely aligned. Where would you like to be? Ron asked. Gryffindor, she said. Obviously. But the hat will probably say Ravenclaw because you're the most Gryffindor person I've met, Harry said. She blinked. I haven't done anything brave yet. Bravery isn't about what you've done. It's about how you make decisions. He looked at her. You decided last night to read 300 pages of wizarding legal procedure before going to sleep because you wanted to be useful to someone you just met. That's not a Ravenclaw move. Ravenclaws read things for the knowledge. You read it because you wanted to go into battle properly armed. He paused. That's Gryffindor. Hermione looked at him for a moment. Something in her face did something that she covered quickly by looking back at the newspaper, but Harry had seen it. That's a very good point, she said in the voice of someone who is trying to be objective about a compliment that has actually landed. Ron looked between them. I'm going to Gryffindor, he said, with the certainty of someone from a family where the alternative had simply never been a considered possibility. That part's fine. I'm more nervous about. He stopped. About what? Harry said. Ron turned his pumpkin juice cup in his hands. About having a famous friend, he said, with the blunt honesty that Harry had already started to appreciate as one of his most reliable qualities. "My brothers have been, Fred and George specifically, have been mental about it. And Percy's being Percy about it, which means he's making rules about appropriate conduct near the first year who is the subject of a Wizengamot investigation, which is—" He made a gesture that conveyed his feelings about Percy accurately without words. "I don't want to be the person who's hanging about because of who you are. I want to be—" He stopped. "You sat down next to me," Harry said, "before anything happened. When I was just a first year sitting at the wrong table." "Yeah. That's the bit that counts," Harry said. "The rest is just noise." Ron seemed to settle. He ate his toast. McGonagall arrived at the head table and spoke to Dumbledore briefly before sitting down. Dumbledore's posture had changed, something subtle, a fraction less of the deliberate grandeur he usually carried, like a man who has taken off a coat he'd forgotten he was wearing. He ate his breakfast. He did not look at the first-year tables. Harry watched him and thought about the question he'd asked in the chamber, and the answer. It only required your residence. He'd known it, logically, before he'd asked. He'd worked it out on the carriage. But there was a difference between knowing a thing and having the person responsible say it clearly in a room full of people writing it down. The difference was not emotional satisfaction. He told himself that in advance, as a sort of precaution, because he'd learned that expecting emotional satisfaction from moments of truth-telling was a way to set yourself up for a feeling that was always slightly smaller than the expectation. The difference was, simply, that it was now in the record. It was no longer an allegation or a theory or something that could be argued by someone clever. It was a thing that had been said under oath and recorded and voted on by 50 people. It lived in the permanent file. He found that sufficient. It was actually, on reflection, more than sufficient. It was what he'd wanted before he'd known how to want it. He drank his pumpkin juice and watched the hall and waited for McGonagall to stand up. She stood at 8:30, which was earlier than Harry had expected, and she did it with the manner of someone who had decided that the way to handle an unusual situation was to return to routine as directly as possible, because routine was its own form of stability. "First years," she said, in the carrying voice she used for large spaces. "If I could have your attention." The first years, scattered in groups of 2s and 3s around the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables where they'd settled by proximity over the past 2 days, looked at her. Harry counted them from where he sat, 23 of them, including himself and Ron and Hermione and the girl from the boat who'd asked 12 questions about the ceiling during the crossing and the small, round-faced boy who'd been looking for his toads since Hogsmeade. "The sorting ceremony will be held at 10 o'clock this morning," McGonagall said. "The sorting hat has indicated that it is prepared to resume. Please present yourselves in the entrance hall at 10:15. She paused. "I know this has been an unusual beginning to your time at Hogwarts. That is an understatement. I want you to know that whatever house you are sorted into today, you are welcome here, and the events of the last 2 days do not make your arrival less valid or less significant. This is still your school." She paused again. "And it is going to be better for your attendance here. That is a promise, not an aspiration." She sat down. Harry thought, she has been up since very early, choosing those words. He thought, that's the right kind of thing to do with guilt. The entrance hall at 10:15 was the same group of first years, arranged in a somewhat less nervous cluster than they'd been in 2 nights ago. They knew each other a little now, had eaten together, had slept in adjacent beds and made the small transactional friendships of proximity, and the shared experience of having their sorting ceremony become a national news event had given them a kind of accidental solidarity. They were bound by the unusual in a way that normally required considerably more shared history. Neville Longbottom had found his toad. It was in his left breast pocket, which was apparently where Trevor had been the entire time, surviving on the goodwill of a pocket and presumably moisture from Neville's general anxiety. Harry had asked his name at breakfast after connecting Longbottom with Augusta Longbottom and storing that as a relevant piece of information, and Neville had confirmed with the wide-eyed expression of a boy who had been informed that the famous Harry Potter wanted to talk to him, and was not entirely sure what to do with that. He was built solidly, with a round face and the kind of expression that was openly readable. Everything Neville felt showed up on it immediately, with no filter, which Harry found refreshing. "Your grandmother was my legal advocate yesterday," Harry said. Neville looked like he'd been told two contradictory things simultaneously. She didn't tell me she was going to." "She's formidable," Harry said. "She's terrifying," Neville said, and then looked like he regretted saying it, and then looked like he'd decided it was true and stood by it. "The terrifying ones are usually the most useful," Harry said. "Ask her about what she said in the chamber when you see her. She earned it." Neville looked at him with the expression of someone who was recalibrating something about either his grandmother or Harry Potter or possibly both. "All right," he said. "Then, are you nervous? About the sorting?" "No," Harry said. "I am," Neville said. "My dad was Gryffindor and my mum was Gryffindor and Gran was Gryffindor, and every Longbottom since records began has been Gryffindor and I'm—" He stopped. "I'm not very brave." "You're wearing a toad in your pocket," Harry said. "Voluntarily. That's braver than it sounds." Neville looked down at Trevor, who had poked his head out of the pocket, and was observing the entrance hall with the calm of an animal that had accepted its circumstances. "That's not really brave, that's just loyalty," Harry said. "You could have left it behind 20 times. You didn't." He shrugged. "That's worth something." Neville seemed to think about this with a seriousness that suggested he was storing it carefully. McGonagall appeared at the top of the steps, nodded, and led them in. The Great Hall was the same. Of course it was. It had been 2 days, not a century, and the enchanted ceiling and the floating candles and the 4 tables filled with older students weren't going to change their physical arrangement because of what had happened, but it felt different, and Harry thought the difference was in the people in it. The older students were seated and quiet in a way that wasn't the nervous, uncertain quiet of 2 nights ago, but the specific quiet of people who had decided to pay attention to something they understood was significant. The stool was still there. The sorting hat was on it. McGonagall had her scroll again. She walked to the front with it, and turned to face the first years, who had assembled in their cluster with the reflexive tidiness of people being observed by a large audience. The hat turned slightly on the stool. Its brim adjusted. And then it opened its crease and spoke, but not in song this time, in the same plain, carrying voice it had used 2 nights ago. "I want to say something before we begin," the hat said. "Not a long something. Just this." The hall listened. 2 nights ago I sat in this room and told the truth about a thing that had been ignored for 10 years. And this school and the institutions connected to it took that truth seriously. It paused. That was the right response. I have watched institutions choose the wrong response for 1,000 years, and I know the difference between them. The right response does not look comfortable, and it did not look comfortable this week. But it happened. The brim adjusted again. I want the students in this room to know that you attend a school that, when confronted with an inconvenient truth, chose to face it instead of bury it. That matters. That is, in fact, exactly what each of the 4 founders cared about in their different ways, and I am glad to still be able to say it. A pause. "No," the hat said in a voice that was warmer than it had been for any of the preceding. "Let's sort some students. I have been looking forward to this for 1,000 years and approximately 47 hours. Someone laughed, a genuine, startled laugh that spread through the tables, and the tension in the room broke open into something that felt like the beginning of the actual start of term, the real one, not the event they'd had instead of it. McGonagall unrolled her scroll. "Abbott Hannah." Hannah Abbott walked forward with the determined expression of someone who had waited 2 days for this, and was not going to let it be anything other than her moment. She sat on the stool. The hat slid over her ears and was quiet for about 4 seconds, which was apparently a respectable time, and then shouted, "Hufflepuff!" The Hufflepuff table erupted with the particular enthusiasm that Harry had already noticed was the Hufflepuff mode for most things, not the loudest in the room, but the most sustained and the most genuine, a welcome that didn't have any edge of competition in it. Hannah Abbott walked to the table with a smile that took up most of her face. The sortings continued. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff, which produced an interesting expression on Amelia Bones's face, and the teacher Harry had located watching from the side of the hall. She covered it quickly. Boo, Terry, Ravenclaw. Brocklehurst, Mandy, Ravenclaw. Brown, Lavender, Gryffindor, announced with a squeal from the Gryffindor table that appeared to be Lavender's response rather than the table's. Bulstrode, Millicent, Slytherin. Each sorting was greeted with its house's specific enthusiasm, and the rhythm of them began to build something, a forward momentum that was the simple, repeated thing of names being called and children walking forward and a hat deciding and children finding where they were going to be for the next 7 years. Harry stood in the cluster and watched and waited. Finch, Fletchley, Justin, Hufflepuff. Finnegan, Seamus, Gryffindor, which Seamus greeted by pumping his fist in a way that suggested he'd had strong opinions about this in advance. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked to the stool with the particular carriage of someone who has decided to walk to the stool as though walking to the stool is exactly what she planned to do today, and she sat, and the hat slid over her head, and there was a pause of about 3 seconds, which Harry suspected meant the hat had made its decision very quickly and had simply sat with it for a moment out of respect. Gryffindor! Harry watched Hermione's face when the hat called it. The expression was complex, relief and vindication, and something private that was probably the internal version of I knew it deployed for the satisfaction of having been right about yourself. She walked to the Gryffindor table and sat and looked back at the cluster with a small, precise nod directed at Harry that said, "You were right." He nodded back. More names. Longbottom, Neville. The hat sat on his head for a noticeably long time, long enough that Neville had gone pink and was gripping his robe with both hands, and then it called Gryffindor in a voice that sounded to Harry like it had genuinely made an argument and won it, and Neville walked to the Gryffindor table with the wide, startled expression of a boy who had been chosen for something he'd been afraid of and was discovering that afraid and incapable were not the same thing. McDougal, Morag, Ravenclaw. Malfoy, Draco. Draco walked to the stool with the assurance of someone who knew what was going to happen and considered the whole thing a formality. The hat touched his head and didn't even settle before. Slytherin! Draco went to the Slytherin table with the expression of a fulfilled prophecy. Harry watched him go, and thought about the boy on the train who'd offered handshake as an alliance, and who had been surprised when Harry had looked at him and made an independent judgment, and thought about the Slytherin member of the Wizengamot session who had made the pointed comment about questions to be answered, and thought that Draco Malfoy's trajectory was probably going to be more interesting than anyone currently expected. Moon, Millicent, Hufflepuff. Not Theodore, Slytherin. Parkinson, Pansy, Slytherin. Patil, Padma, Ravenclaw. Patil, Parvati, Gryffindor, which produced a moment of twin separation that both of them processed in real time, a rapid adjustment of expression that went, surprise, calculation, acceptance. Perks, Sally Ann, Hufflepuff. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet again. Not the same quiet as before the sorting, not nervous or unresolved. Just attentive. The specific attentiveness of a room that understood this particular sorting was going to matter, and wanted to hear it. Harry walked to the stool. He sat down. The stool was exactly as uncomfortable as it looked, which was fine. He looked at the hall, 4 tables, hundreds of faces, the high table of teachers, McGonagall with her scroll, Dumbledore still and watchful, and he looked at them all, and then he straightened and looked forward. The hat came down over his ears. The world went dark at the edges, and the hat's voice, when it came, was not the carrying public voice it used for the hall. It was private, and quiet, and had a quality that Harry associated with very old things that had been thinking for a very long time. "Hello again," the hat said. "Hello?" Harry said. "Different circumstances this time." "Yes." "How are you?" The question had more in it than the words. Harry felt the hat in the edges of his thoughts, not invasive, not like violation, but like the presence of something very old and patient that was genuinely curious and entirely without agenda. "Better than I was 2 days ago," Harry said, which was honest. I want to tell you something, the hat said. In private, before I sort you. Because you're owed more than the public version of things, and I've owed you this since I first sat on your head. Harry waited. When I touched your mind 2 nights ago, I felt everything. Not just the scars. Everything. A pause. Your intelligence. The specific, extraordinary shape of it, not just quick, not just well-read, but adaptive. Strategic. You see systems the way most people see furniture, as things with structure and logic that can be understood and moved through. You have been doing this your entire life with no training and no encouragement, and no one to tell you that what you were doing was a skill. Harry sat with this. I also felt your magic, the hat said, and its voice changed slightly, went quieter, but denser somehow. I want to be careful here because I don't want to inflate your sense of what you are, but I also will not give you a diminished version of what I found. Your magic is extraordinary. Not unusual for a student. Not impressive for someone your age. Extraordinary in a way I have sat on the heads of 1,000 years of children, and encountered perhaps 4 or 5 times. A pause. It is also tangled. The suppression, your aunt's proximity, the repeated trauma, 10 years of magic that couldn't flow properly, it has knotted in places. You will need to work to untangle it. But what's there, underneath the knots, is significant enough that I want you to know, nothing that was done to you prevented it. They could not make you less than what you are. Harry was quiet for a moment. Thank you, he said, and meant it simply, the way he meant it with McGonagall, without qualification. Now, the hat said briskly, returning to business. Where shall I put you? You'd do well in any of them, which you already know. You have Ravenclaw's mind. You have Slytherin's pragmatism and self-reliance. You have Hufflepuff's specific brand of loyalty, the kind that's chosen rather than assumed. And you have Gryffindor, Harry said. A pause. You're not asking me, you're telling me. No, Harry said. I'm not telling you. He thought about how to say what he meant. I'm choosing. You said I'd do well in any of them. So I'm choosing. And I choose Gryffindor. He paused. Because the people I've met in the last 2 days who were brave enough to say the truth when it was inconvenient, McGonagall, Amelia Bones, Augusta Longbottom, they were all Gryffindors. And I want to be in the house that does that. A long, quiet moment. That, the hat said, with something in its voice that Harry thought might be the hat equivalent of warmth, is the most Gryffindor reason I have ever heard for choosing Gryffindor. Gryffindor! It shouted to the hall. The Gryffindor table erupted. Not in the polite, welcoming a new student way it had for the others, but in the full, uninhibited, we have been waiting 2 days for this way of a house that had been quietly claiming Harry Potter as one of their own since the moment the hat had refused to sort anyone, and was now officially correct about that. Fred and George Weasley were on their feet. Percy was not on his feet but looked like he was exerting genuine effort not to be. Hermione, who had been at the Gryffindor table for about 15 minutes but had already clearly settled in, clapped with the precise, deliberate enthusiasm of someone who had expected this and was satisfied. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table. He sat down. Ron, who had been sorted about 12 names after him, the hat had taken approximately 1 second with Ron, which Harry suspected was because Weasley, Gryffindor was a sentence with no remaining ambiguity in it, shoved a plate of celebratory biscuits that had appeared from somewhere toward him. Welcome to Gryffindor, Ron said. Thank you, Harry said. Though I've been sitting here for 2 days. Unofficial, Ron said. This is the official version. Neville, across the table, was grinning with the open expression of someone who has had a lot of anxiety, and has had it resolved and is currently writing the resolution. The hat argued with itself about me for about a minute, he said. Did you hear that? Heard it, Fred said from further down the table. George and I took bets. That's... Neville started, then seemed to decide it was fine. What did you bet? I bet you'd be Hufflepuff, Fred said. I bet Gryffindor, George said. 10 nuts. Pay up, Fred. Best 10 nuts I ever lost, Fred said, which was probably a lie but delivered with enough warmth to be better than the truth. The final sortings continued while Harry ate a biscuit. Thomas, Dean, Gryffindor. Turpin, Lisa, Ravenclaw. Weasley, Ron, Gryffindor, as predicted. Zabini, Blaise, Slytherin. McGonagall rolled up her scroll. The hall had the settled, complete quality of a thing properly done, and Dumbledore rose to speak. He looked at the hall, all of it, all 4 tables, students and first years and teachers, and he paused before he said anything, and in the pause Harry thought he looked older than he had 2 days ago, which was not a bad thing. "Welcome," Dumbledore said. "To all students, returning and new, welcome to Hogwarts." He paused again. "This has not been the start of term any of us expected. We have been, in these past 2 days, confronted with things that were painful and with questions that were overdue, and we have faced them rather than avoided them. I am proud of this school for that." He looked at the first-year table. "I am going to say something that headmasters very rarely say, because it is uncomfortable, and because it should be said anyway. I made decisions 10 years ago that were wrong. Not misguided, wrong. And those decisions had consequences for one of the students in this hall that should not have been consequences anyone had to bear." He looked at Harry. "I cannot undo them. I can only ensure that the years ahead are spent differently, and that Hogwarts is the place it is supposed to be, not a place that protects its own comfort, but a place that protects its students." He paused. "That is what I intend, and I offer no speeches about complexity and good intentions, because I think you have heard enough of those. Only, I intend to do better." He sat down. The hall was quiet for a moment. Then the food appeared, the proper start-of-term feast, the one that hadn't happened 2 nights ago, and the quiet broke into the sound of 100 conversations and serving spoons and someone at the Hufflepuff table apparently discovering the treacle tart for the first time. Harry looked at the food. He helped himself to everything in reach, the same way he'd been doing since the train, with the straightforward appetite of a person who had learned early not to assume the next meal was guaranteed and who was unlearning that assumption one meal at a time. Ron was building what appeared to be a structural engineering project with his plate. Hermione was eating with one hand and reading with the other, the book propped against the gravy boat. Neville was feeding Trevor a small piece of lettuce with the focused care of someone who had lost his pet once, and was not going to make that error again. Harry looked at the 4 of them, himself included, 4 people who had arrived at this school 2 days ago under circumstances none of them had planned, and thought about the word house and what it was supposed to mean. Not the building. Not the common room they hadn't seen yet. The thing that McGonagall had been talking about when she said welcome. He was not, by nature, someone who let himself have large feelings about belonging, because belonging was something that had always required performance, and compliance, and shrinking in specific ways, and he had learned very early to mistrust the price of it. But this was different. This had cost nothing except honesty. He had walked up to a stool and sat down, and said who he was and where he wanted to go, and nobody had required him to be smaller or quieter or less than what he was. And here he was, in the house he'd chosen, with people he'd chosen, in a school that had spent 2 days forcing its own institutions to account for what they'd done to him. He thought, this is what it was supposed to be like. He didn't say it. He just thought it, and then he ate his dinner, and for the first time in as long as he could remember, the evening felt like it was purely and simply his. Later, after the feast, when the Gryffindor first years were being led up through the castle by Percy Weasley, who was delivering a speech about rules and traditions that had the quality of something rehearsed over the summer, which Harry suspected it was, Harry fell back slightly from the group and walked beside Hermione, who had also fallen back, which was not a coincidence. "What did the hat say to you?" she asked. "Things about my magic," Harry said. "About what I'm capable of." "Good things?" "Yes." He paused. "And about the knots in it. The suppression damage. It said I'd need to work to untangle them." Hermione walked in silence for a moment. "I've been reading about magical suppression," she said, which surprised him not at all. "It's not well documented because it's relatively rare, Most magical children, even in difficult circumstances, don't have the specific combination of factors yours had. But the literature suggests that when magic is suppressed during development, it doesn't disappear, it coils. It gets very dense in certain areas and absent in others. And the process of untangling it is. She stopped. It's described as not particularly pleasant. Like stretching a muscle that's been in a cast. But possible, Harry said. But entirely possible, she confirmed. And the literature also suggests that the magic, once properly uncoiled, tends to be significantly stronger than the suppressed baseline suggested, because it's been compressed, in a way. Built up density. She looked at him sideways. I think the hat might have been understating it. Harry thought about the word extraordinary. I'm not going to be insufferable about it, he said. I know, Hermione said. That's one of the things I respect about you. She paused. Also, you were right about me and Gryffindor. I want you to know I'm recording that you were right about something before term has technically even started. Why? Because I intend to be right about most things, she said, without any particular arrogance, just statement. And I want to be honest when I'm not. Harry laughed. It was a proper laugh, not the reflexive, defensive kind, the kind that came from finding something genuinely funny, and it surprised him slightly because it had been a long time since he produced one of those without thinking about it first. Hermione looked at him with an expression he couldn't read, which was rare enough to be interesting. What? Harry said. Nothing, she said. Just, that's the first time I've heard you laugh properly. It's only been 2 days. I know, she said. I'm just noting it. They walked up the stairs in comfortable silence, and around a corner, and then Harry stopped. Snape was in the corridor. Not blocking it, not waiting for Harry specifically. He was coming from a different direction, carrying what appeared to be a stack of marking, and he rounded the corner the same moment Harry did, and they both stopped and looked at each other. The group ahead had continued up the stairs under Percy's guidance. It was just Harry and Hermione and Snape in the corridor, and the torchlight, and the silence. Snape looked at Harry for a long moment. Harry looked back. He thought about Snape in the chamber, saying no to Amelia Bones's question. He thought about it landing the way it had landed, with the weight of something that had been avoided and was now unavoidable. He thought about what he knew about Snape and his mother. Not much. Hagrid had mentioned a friendship. The people in the chamber had clearly known things. And he thought about what it cost to look at someone who reminded you of something painful and choose to see them anyway. Professor, Harry said. Not hostile, not warm. Even. Snape looked at him for another moment. His jaw moved slightly in a way that meant he was choosing words carefully. Potter, he said. And then, with the reluctant precision of a man handing over something he'd been holding onto. You conducted yourself well yesterday. Harry blinked. He'd expected many things from Snape. That wasn't one of them. Thank you, he said. Snape nodded once, and walked past them down the corridor in the way of someone who has said what they needed to say and is not interested in anything that comes after it. Harry watched him go. That was extraordinary, Hermione said quietly. He's going to be complicated, Harry said. He teaches potions, he has a personal relationship with your history, and he spent yesterday being publicly confronted with the fact that he chose not to see something obvious, Hermione said. He is going to be extremely complicated. I know, Harry said. But he told the truth in there, when he didn't have to. He could have deflected and he didn't. He started up the stairs again. I'll take complicated over dishonest. The Gryffindor common room, when they reached it, was everything Harry had read about on the chocolate frog cards and nothing like what the words conveyed, because there was the actual place with the actual fire and the actual deep armchairs and the actual warmth of stone walls that had been lived in for 1,000 years by generations of people who had come through that portrait hole and said, "This is mine." Harry stood in it for a moment, just inside the entrance, and let it be real. Ron appeared at his elbow. Good, isn't it? Yes, Harry said. Straightforwardly. Yes, it is, The twins say there's a trick to the dormitory stairs, don't? Percy called from across the room, without looking up from whatever he was writing. It's genuinely useful information, Fred said. It involves a specific way of, George, Percy said. How does he know which of us? George started. I always know which of you, Percy said. I was your brother for 13 years before you could walk. Harry looked at the fire. He looked at the room. He looked at the people in it, Ron and Hermione and Neville and a dozen other first years, and the older years coming in behind them, and the twins on the stairs being managed by Percy, and the whole noisy, living ecosystem of a house that had had no idea, 2 days ago, what the start of term was going to bring them. He thought about the hat's voice in the dark behind his eyes. Nothing that was done to you prevented it. He thought about Dumbledore standing in the feast hall saying I made decisions that were wrong without dressing it in anything comfortable. He thought about 50 hands going up in a stone chamber. He thought about Doria Potter Macmillan in Edinburgh, who didn't know yet, and Augusta Longbottom who was already making calls, and Amelia Bones who was already building the second phase of the investigation, and the record in the Wizengamot archive that could not now be unwritten. He found a chair by the fire and sat in it, and it was a good chair, deep, warm, the kind that had been sat in by enough people over enough years that it had achieved the specific perfection of furniture that knows its purpose, and he sat in it, and looked at the fire and let the evening be quiet. Hermione sat in the chair across from him with a book she'd produced from somewhere. Ron sat on the hearthrug with a chess set he'd pulled from his bag, arranging pieces with the absent-minded facility of someone who'd been doing it since childhood. Neville sat on the small sofa to the left with Trevor in his lap, looking at the fire with the expression of a boy who had been sorted into the house he was afraid of and was discovering that being afraid of something and being wrong about something were not the same thing. Outside the tower windows, the Scottish sky was the particular dark blue that came just before full night, with the first stars appearing in the east and the last light of the sun still faint in the west. The castle sat in the landscape the way old things sit, with certainty, without effort. Harry could feel it faintly, the magic in the walls, the same thing that floated the candles and showed the weather in the ceiling and made the staircases move, old magic, saturated into stone, present in the way that places were present when they had been genuinely inhabited and genuinely cared about for a long time. He felt it, and he recognized it, and he thought, there it is. The thing he'd been feeling the edges of since he'd first crossed the lake. The sense of something recognizing something. His magic, even knotted and tangled as it was, responding to this place like a key responding to a lock it was made for. He put his hand flat on the arm of the chair and felt the stone beneath the fabric beneath his palm, and the stone was warm, which it shouldn't have been. Stone didn't hold heat that way, but it was warm. Hermione, he said. She looked up from her book. What do you know about the theory that Hogwarts is sentient? She blinked. Then she got the expression she got when a question intersected with something she'd been thinking about. There's significant scholarly debate, she said, and settled deeper into her chair. The current consensus is probably not sentient in the traditional sense, but there are 3 published papers arguing for a form of ambient magical awareness. The castle responds to magical signatures in ways that go beyond its enchantments. The staircases, for instance, are not simply programmed. They respond to need in a way that suggests something more like judgment than clockwork. I think it knows I'm here, Harry said. Hermione looked at him for a moment. Then she looked at the warm stone wall, and the candles that had brightened slightly without any apparent cause, and the fire that was burning with the steady contentment of something very old and very satisfied. I think, she said, that you might be right. Ron looked up from his chess pieces. Is the castle doing something? Possibly, Harry said. Is that a problem? I don't think so, Harry said. I think it's more like, hello? The fire popped. Ron looked at the fire. He looked at Harry. He looked at the fire again. Right, he said, in the tone of someone adding the castle says hello to Harry Potter to the growing list of things that had happened in the last 48 hours that he was going to need time to process. He went back to his chess pieces. Harry sat by the fire in the first place that had ever felt like it was his, and let the evening settle around him, and did not think about what was coming because what was coming could wait, and what was here was already enough. Chapter 5. The sorting resumes. 3 weeks into term, Harry broke 3 school records without trying. The first was in charms, where Flitwick had them practicing the Wingardium Leviosa and Harry's feather didn't float. It shot to the ceiling with the velocity of something that had been waiting for permission, hit the stone, and stuck there, quivering slightly. Flitwick had stared at it for a full 5 seconds before producing a small notebook from his robes, and writing something in it with the focused expression of a man preserving data. "Excellent," Flitwick said. "Very excellent. Mr. Potter, would you like to try bringing it down?" Harry said yes. The feather came down at approximately the same speed it had gone up, stopped 6 inches from the floor, and hovered there while Harry frowned at it. "The control is developing," Flitwick said, still writing. That's the thing to work on." The second record was in Transfiguration, where McGonagall had them transfiguring matches into needles. Harry's match became a needle in the time it took his hand to complete the wand movement, before he'd fully finished the incantation, which was either a sign of very good technique or a sign of something else, and McGonagall had watched it happen and then looked at Harry with an expression that was professionally neutral and personally very much not. "Correct result," she said. "We'll discuss the method." The third was in flying, which wasn't so much a record as an event. Madame Hooch had them on brooms and had asked them to hover a few feet off the ground, and Harry had hovered, and then Neville's broom had gotten away from him and shot upward in the panicked way of a broom ridden by someone who had no instinctive rapport with it, and plenty of fear, and Harry had gone after him without thinking about it, not even tracking the conscious decision to kick off. Just up and moving at a speed that made Madame Hooch's whistle die in her throat. He'd caught Neville at about 30 feet, gotten a hand on his robes, and brought them both down in a controlled descent that he managed mostly through instinct and something that felt like the broom and his magic having a very rapid conversation. When they landed, Madame Hooch was standing with her mouth open, and the class was silent in the way that crowds went silent when they'd seen something that recalibrated their sense of what was possible. Neville, for his part, had said, "Thank you," with the composure of someone who was saving the shaking for later. Harry had said, "Your grip was wrong. I'll show you after class." Which he did, sitting on the grass with Neville for 20 minutes after everyone else had gone in, going through the mechanics of it with the patient thoroughness he applied to anything worth doing properly. Neville had been a quick study. He had the hands for it. He just didn't have the confidence, and confidence was something that could be built. "You're really good at this," Neville said, not just the flying. Harry could tell he meant the teaching part. "I like things to make sense," Harry said. "And I like it when they make sense for other people too." The investigation continued. It ran in the background of term like a river running under a road. You couldn't always see it, but you could feel the vibration of it, and occasionally it surfaced in ways that made themselves known. Owls arrived at the staff table with ministry seals. McGonagall took afternoons off for testimony sessions. The Daily Prophet ran updates 3 times a week, some of which Harry read and some of which he didn't, depending on whether the information was new or whether it was the same information being repackaged for a public that was still processing the original revelation. Augusta Longbottom wrote Harry twice a week with formal updates, written in the precise legal prose of someone who had decided the most respectful thing she could offer was accurate, complete information. Harry wrote back, usually with questions, and she answered them, usually with more information than he'd asked for, an occasional editorial commentary that he suspected was as close to warmth as Augusta got in written communication. "The ministry is locating Doria Potter Macmillan," she wrote in the second week. "She has been informed that a welfare matter relating to the Potter family requires her attention. She is expected to respond by the week's end. The formal charges against Vernon Dursley are proceeding. He has retained a legal representative, which is his right, and the representative is discovering that Vernon's testimony during the Wizengamot session has considerably limited his available defenses. Petunia Dursley has submitted a voluntary magical assessment. Results are pending. I will inform you when they arrive. The Wizengamot's formal acknowledgement has been entered into the permanent record. It is there. It cannot be changed. Harry read that last line 3 times and then put the letter away in the small box he'd acquired from Hogsmeade on the first trip, where he kept things he wanted to keep. The box was already more full than he'd expected, 3 weeks in. There were letters from people he hadn't met yet, which the owls kept delivering with the persistence of a world that had decided it had something to say to Harry Potter, and was going to say it. Most of them he returned unopened, which Augusta had advised, with the note that correspondence from private individuals outside any official matter was his to accept or decline at his discretion. He kept the ones from names he recognized, a brief, awkward note from Susan Bones that said she thought what her aunt was doing was right and she was sorry about what had happened, which Harry had appreciated for its directness and replied to, a longer letter from Neville's grandmother that contained no warmth whatsoever but was very thorough about his legal rights going forward, which he found more useful than warmth. He didn't keep the ones that called him a hero or a symbol or a tragedy, because those letters were not addressed to him. They were addressed to an idea of him that other people had been maintaining for 10 years and that he had no obligation to inhabit. Hermione found him in the library on a Wednesday evening in the 3rd week, which was not unusual. They had established a study arrangement with the flexibility of 2 people who were both fast enough that they often finished separately, and then reconvened for the purpose of comparison and argument, which was actually the most productive study method Harry had discovered. She sat across from him and opened her charms book and didn't say anything for a minute, which meant she had something to say and was deciding how. "What?" Harry said, without looking up from his Transfiguration notes. "The investigation has hit something," she said. "It's in the afternoon edition. I thought you should read it before dinner." She put the prophet on the table between them, folded to an inside page. Potter investigation. Ministry records show previous concerns logged and dismissed. Unnamed official faces inquiry. Harry read it. It was a short article with limited detail because the investigation was ongoing and the prophet couldn't print things that were legally restricted, but what it said was enough. Someone in the ministry's Muggle liaison office had flagged a concern in 1984, when Harry was 4, based on a routine neighborhood information sweep, and the flag had been reviewed and dismissed by a senior official within the same week. The dismissal note, which the prophet had somehow obtained a fragment of, said placement authorized at Headmaster Dumbledore's discretion. Ministry oversight not applicable. No further action required. Someone tried, Hermione said. In 1984, someone in the Muggle liaison office saw something that worried them and they did the right thing and logged it, and someone above them made it go away. She looked at Harry steadily. That's a different thing from the original failure. That's not negligence. That's active. I know what it is, Harry said. He sat with it for a moment. Not with the feeling of it, he'd decided, in one of the carriage rides to the ministry, that his feelings about the investigation and its ongoing revelations were things he was going to process in batches rather than individually, because individual processing of each new piece of information was inefficient and disruptive to everything else, but with the strategic implications of it. Someone in the ministry had buried a welfare flag in 1984. That person was probably not in the Muggle liaison office. The Muggle liaison office didn't have the authority to override Dumbledore. That note was written by someone who knew Dumbledore's name and knew the placement, and had the authority to close an inquiry with a single sentence. Fudge? He said. Hermione blinked. He wasn't minister in 1984. Who was? She thought. Millicent Bagnold, she said. She served until 1990. A pause. But the minister doesn't personally handle Muggle liaison flag reviews. That would go through the permanent undersecretary's office, or through the D'Amelie's welfare desk, and in 1984 Amelia Bones wasn't yet. She stopped. Who was running the D'Amelie welfare desk in 1984? Harry said. I don't know, Hermione said. But I know where to find out. She was already getting up. The library has ministry records going back to 1700. They're in the restricted reference section, but McGonagall gave me authorization for research purposes last week. Of course she did, Harry said, and stood to follow her. They found it 40 minutes later, in the 1983 to 1985 Ministry Organizational Chart. The Demeli Welfare Desk in 1984 had been overseen by a deputy head named Bartemius Crouch Sr. Harry and Hermione looked at the name. He's senior undersecretary now, Hermione said. I know, Harry said. I've seen him at the Wizengamot sessions. He sits in the third row, left side, and he always arrives early and he always looks like he's already decided how everything is going to go. He looked at the record. Send this to Augusta tonight. Hermione was already finding parchment. The letter from Doria Potter Macmillan arrived on a Thursday morning in the 4th week. Harry had known it was coming. Augusta had told him that contact had been established, but he hadn't known when, and when the owl arrived at breakfast and dropped a cream-colored envelope directly in front of him, he recognized immediately from the weight and the handwriting that this was not an official ministry communication. He picked it up. He sat with it for a moment, held between his hands, and thought about what was in it, not the specific content, which he couldn't know, but the category of thing it represented. A person who shared his blood who had not known he existed, writing to him for the first time, having just discovered what his life had been. He thought about the fact that this person had been assessed as an excellent placement in 1980. He thought about Edinburgh, which he knew nothing about except that it was in Scotland and had a castle, which gave it something in common with his current address. He opened it. The handwriting was decisive, large, forward-sloping, with the quality of someone who wrote quickly and didn't revise. The letter was 2 pages. The first paragraph said she was his father's second cousin. She had known his father slightly. They'd been at Hogwarts at the same time, different years, different circles, but she remembered him clearly. She had known his mother more, which surprised Harry, and she explained why. She'd been friends with a girl in Lily's year and had visited Lily's dormitory enough times to know her, and she'd been at his parents' wedding, though Harry had been less than a year old, and she doubted he remembered. Harry thought, I was at my parents' wedding. As a baby. There are people who remember me from before I had memories of myself. He read on. She had learned, through the ministry and through the Wizengamot press coverage, what had happened. She wrote about this without the performed emotion he'd been expecting, not the breathless, horrified sympathy of the public letters, but something quieter and more specific. She said she was angry, and she described the anger plainly, and she said she wished she had known and she wished someone had called, and she had asked the ministry why they hadn't, and she expected an answer, and she was going to make sure she got one. She said, You don't know me, and you have no reason to trust me, and I'm not asking you to. What I'm asking is whether you'd like to write back. She said, I have a house in Edinburgh with a garden and 2 very opinionated cats and a son named Robert who is 17 and a daughter named Eliza who is 14 and a Quidditch pitch behind the garden wall that's been there since my husband put it up in 1985 and gets used approximately twice a year. I think you'd like it here. But that's only relevant if you want it to be. She signed it, Doria Potter Macmillan. And underneath, in parentheses, you can call me Dory. Everyone does except Robert, who refuses, and I've never been able to decide if that's respectful or annoying. Harry read the letter twice. He folded it and put it in his pocket and sat through the rest of breakfast with the feeling of something new having arrived, something that was not yet resolved or understood or properly real, but was there. Ron, who had been watching him with the careful peripheral attention of a friend who'd learned not to ask directly unless invited, didn't say anything. Hermione, who was less good at this kind of restraint, lasted about 4 minutes before she said, Good news or complicated news? Both, Harry said. Okay, she said, and went back to her breakfast. After a moment Harry said, She sounds real. What do you mean? Like a real person, Harry said. Not a performance of concern. A real person who's angry and direct and has a Quidditch pitch she doesn't use very often. He paused. She has a daughter who's 14. Eliza. Hermione looked at him. Hogwarts? She'd be 4th year. Or she should be. He looked at the tables. He hadn't yet placed every face with every name, but he'd been working on it, and fourth-year Gryffindor had a girl named Eliza Macmillan, he said. She's in Gryffindor, she's in fourth year, she sits with the group near the far end and she has her mother's handwriting, Hermione said, because Hermione had excellent peripheral awareness and had been sitting near Eliza Macmillan in the library twice. The same forward slope. She looked at Harry. You have a second cousin once removed at this school. Harry sat with this. Then he looked at the Gryffindor table, down toward the fourth-year section, where a girl with brown hair and a direct-looking face was eating breakfast and talking to someone beside her without apparent knowledge that she was being observed. He thought, I don't know how to do this. Any of it, the family, the relatives, the person who writes letters and has cats and a Quidditch pitch. He didn't have a template for it. He had templates for survival and for management, and for reading rooms and extracting himself from dangerous situations. But he didn't have templates for this specific thing, which was the simple human situation of having people who might want to know him, and him being allowed to let them. He wrote back to Doria that evening. 3 paragraphs. He said he'd like to write back. He said the Quidditch pitch sounded like something he'd want to see eventually. He said he'd heard the cats were opinionated, which seemed fine, because he had opinions too. He did not say, I'm afraid of wanting this. He didn't write that because it wasn't entirely true, and also because if it were true, putting it on paper was not the solution. The solution was to keep writing and see what happened. He sent the letter before he could reconsider it. The week the formal charges against Vernon Dursley were filed, Draco Malfoy stopped Harry in the corridor between Transfiguration and lunch. Not in a hostile way. Harry had been tracking Draco since the first day and had noted that whatever Draco was, he was not a straightforward antagonist. He was watching things, the same way Harry watched things, and he was doing it with the specific alertness of someone in the process of revising a worldview he'd been handed at birth and wasn't yet sure what to replace it with. Potter, Draco said. Malfoy, Harry said. Stopped walking. Waited. Draco looked at him for a moment with the expression he used when he was about to say something he thought about. My father sent me a letter about the Wizengamot session, he said. About the vote. I'm sure he did, Harry said evenly. He said it was an embarrassment to the wizarding world, Draco said. That making a spectacle of Dumbledore, the investigation wasn't about Dumbledore, Harry said. It was about what happened to me. Dumbledore is relevant because he was involved, but he's not the subject. I am. Draco's jaw moved slightly. He was doing his own processing. My father also said, he said more slowly, that the investigation was politically motivated. By whom? Draco paused. He didn't specify. It was filed by Amelia Bones, Harry said, who is a career law enforcement official with no obvious political agenda. It was supported by 50 Wizengamot members who voted unanimously on the acknowledgement resolution. The forensic evidence is physical, it's on my body. It's not political. He watched Draco. What do you actually think? Not what your father told you to think. Something moved across Draco's face. It was brief and he covered it quickly, but Harry had been reading faces since he could walk and he caught it. A person encountering a question they hadn't been given permission to consider before. I think, Draco said carefully, that it was not wrong. What happened to you? He paused. That it should have been addressed. That's a long way of saying the vote was correct, Harry said. I'm working up to things, Draco said, with an edge of something that might have been dry self-awareness, and Harry thought that Draco Malfoy, uncoupled from the performance of his father's expectations, was probably quite interesting. Take your time, Harry said. The conclusions will still be there when you get to them. He walked on. Behind him, Draco said, Potter. Harry turned. I told my father the investigation was correct, Draco said. In my letter back. I told him the vote was correct and Dumbledore's actions were wrong. He paused. He hasn't responded yet. Harry looked at him for a moment. The corridor was empty, so there was no audience, and without an audience Draco looked exactly his age, 11 years old, waiting for his father's disapproval, having chosen to say something true rather than something safe. That was brave, Harry said. Draco's chin came up slightly. It was obvious, he said. Often the same thing, Harry said, and walked on. The formal hearing for the second phase of the investigation was scheduled for the 5th week, and Harry attended with Augusta and McGonagall and found the chamber set up differently than before, not the full Wizengamot, but a smaller panel of 7 members, with Bones presenting and Tiberius Ogden presiding, and the atmosphere of something more precise and focused than the first session. The second phase concerned 3 specific questions, per the panel's documentation. 1. The identity of the individual who had suppressed the 1984 welfare flag. 2. Whether additional welfare flags existed that had been similarly suppressed. 3. The question of Petunia Disley's magical assessment results, and their implications for the compound scarring. Bartemius Crouch Sr. was in attendance, which Harry had expected. He was a precise, controlled man in his late 50s, with the bearing of someone who had spent decades in institutional authority, and had come to mistake the bearing for the substance. He sat with his hands folded and his face composed into the expression of a person present for procedural reasons and not concerned about the outcome, which Harry had learned to recognize as the expression of someone who was extremely concerned about the outcome. Bones presented the organizational evidence, the ministry records, the 1984 flag, the dismissal note, and the chain of authorization that led to Crouch's desk. She did it the way she did everything, methodically and without editorializing, laying out facts in the order that made them most unavoidable. Crouch's response, when questioned, was a masterclass in the specific art of not lying while saying nothing useful. He acknowledged his position in 1984. He could not recall the specific flag in question. He acknowledged that the dismissal note bore his office's stamp but could not confirm he had personally reviewed the matter. He noted that a great deal had passed through his office in a given year. He expressed confidence that any decision made had been in keeping with proper procedure. Augusta leaned close to Harry. "He's better at this than Dumbledore was. He's been practicing longer," Harry murmured. "Watch Bones." Harry watched. Amelia Bones had been listening to Crouch with the same pleasant expression she'd used on Vernon Disley, and Harry had learned by now what that expression meant. She had something and she was timing it. She let him finish. She thanked him for his testimony. She said she had one final document to introduce. The document was a memo. Not from 1984, from 1985. A handwritten internal memo from Bartemius Crouch Sr. to the minister's office, dated 3 months after the welfare flag had been dismissed. The memo concerned several matters, and one of them, in the 3rd paragraph, was a brief note about the Potter placement, confirming it as stable and recommending no further ministry involvement. The memo was not a response to a welfare query. It was proactive. It was written without any triggering event in the official record. Bones put it on the evidence table. "This memo," she said, "was written without apparent external prompting, 3 months after your office dismissed the welfare flag. It is addressed to the minister's office. It specifically characterizes the Potter placement as stable." She paused. "Mr. Crouch, if the welfare flag was dismissed as a non-issue and your office had no ongoing involvement, why was this memo written?" The chamber was quiet. Crouch looked at the memo. He looked at Bones. He looked at Ogden. He said, "I was being thorough." "You were being thorough," Bones repeated pleasantly. "Proactively. About a matter you dismissed as not requiring attention." "I was." He stopped. "Mr. Crouch," Ogden said from the presiding bench. "Was someone asking for confirmation that the Potter placement was stable?" A silence. "Potentially," Crouch said, and the word was careful and precise and exactly the word of a man who had decided the smallest possible concession was the most defensible position. "Who?" Ogden said. The chamber waited. Harry looked at the panel. He looked at Crouch. He looked at the document. He thought about the logic of it, Someone proactively sending a memo to the minister's office about a placement that had supposedly been handled. The minister's office not meaning the minister personally, necessarily. It meant the minister's office. The people around the minister. The people who managed what reached the minister's desk and what didn't. He looked at Fudge's empty chair at the head of the full chamber, which was not occupied today because this was a panel session. He thought about Fudge pacing in the DMLE corridor the morning after the hat's refusal. He thought about who had something to lose if this came out properly. Fudge had been in the minister's office in 1985. Not as minister, that came in 1990. But he'd been there climbing. A man who worked in proximity to power in 1985 and took power himself 5 years later. Harry said nothing. This was not his room to speak in without invitation, and Bones was already there, and what Bones did with Crouch was going to be more effective than anything Harry could add. Crouch said, "I was providing assurance to individuals who had expressed private concern about the matter." "Private concern?" Bones said. "Yes." "Who?" Another silence. Longer this time. Crouch looked at the panel. He looked at Bones. He looked at the memo on the table. He looked like a man doing a calculation about which risk was larger. "The memo will be investigated regardless of your testimony," Ogden said quietly. "The question is whether you are on record as cooperative," Crouch said. "Cornelius Fudge." The chamber absorbed this without drama, the way very significant information tended to land in formal settings, not loudly, but completely, the way water filled a space it was poured into. Bones wrote something. "To clarify for the record," she said, "you are stating that Cornelius Fudge, currently Minister for Magic, was the individual who prompted your proactive 1985 communication to the minister's office regarding the Potter placement?" "He was in the minister's office at the time," Crouch said. "He expressed concern that the welfare flag might generate unwanted scrutiny. I was managing a political concern by suppressing a welfare inquiry," Bones said. "Still pleasant. Still even." Crouch said nothing. "Thank you," Bones said. "No further questions." Harry, in his observer's seat, thought about what came next. Fudge would be questioned. He would deny it, or contextualize it, or deploy the same slippery non-lies Crouch had used until someone found a document that made denial impossible, which Bones probably already had or was close to having. The investigation would run. Things would take time. But the name was in the record now. That was the thing. The name was there, in the same permanent archive as the acknowledgement resolution, and it was not coming out again. After the session, in the corridor, Augusta said, "How are you feeling about all of this?" "Like it's going the right direction," Harry said. "It is. I want to be transparent with you. The Crouch connection to Fudge creates a significant political complication. Fudge will fight this. He has resources and allies and he will use both." "I know," Harry said. "It may get loud and uncomfortable." "I've been uncomfortable before," Harry said. "This version of uncomfortable involves people on my side. It's much better." Augusta looked at him for a moment. "You should know," she said, "that you are one of the most resilient people I have ever represented. And I have represented a great many people." "Thank you," Harry said. "It is not a compliment," Augusta said. "It is an observation. Resilience of the kind you have is not the result of good fortune. It is the result of surviving a great deal of bad fortune, which is not the same thing." She paused. "I would prefer you had been less resilient and less experienced." "Me too," Harry said. "But here we are." "Here we are," she said, and something in her face that wasn't quite warmth but was in the same neighborhood moved briefly through it. "I'll write on Thursday. Go back to school, Mr. Potter." It was a Friday evening when Eliza Macmillan knocked on the frame of the Gryffindor common room entrance, and asked the portrait whether Harry Potter was available. The portrait said she'd have to come in and ask. She came in with the directness of someone who had inherited her mother's forward-sloping handwriting in other areas of her personality, and she found Harry at the table near the window where he usually worked in the evenings. She was dark-haired and brown-eyed and 14 and looked at him with an expression that was evaluating rather than odd, which he appreciated immediately. "I'm Eliza," she said. "I know," Harry said. "Sit down if you want." She sat. She looked at him for a moment. "My mum writes to you," she said. "She does." "I write back. She told me to find you," Eliza said. She said you might not know how this is supposed to go. Having family." She paused. "I don't know either exactly. I didn't know you existed until 4 weeks ago." Another pause. "I've been sitting at the end of the table for 3 weeks trying to figure out what to say." "The end of the Gryffindor table?" Harry said. "Fourth year section." Harry nodded. He looked at her. She looked like someone he couldn't quite resolve who, not his father, whose face he'd seen in photographs, and not his mother, who he had no photographs of and only one memory that wasn't entirely his own. But someone in the general territory of both. Something in the bone structure, possibly. "Your mum says you have strong opinions," Harry said. Eliza's expression opened slightly. "She said the same about you. Also," Harry said, "that you have a Quidditch pitch." "We do. Dad built it." Something shifted in her expression, brief, resolved. "He died 3 years ago." "I'm sorry," Harry said. "Thank you." Direct. No performance of how she was supposed to process condolences. He liked that too. "Mum flies with us sometimes. She's actually better than she lets on." "Sounds familiar," Harry said. "Does it? People underperforming deliberately. I've spent a lot of time doing it." He paused. "Not anymore." Eliza looked at him for a long moment. "She said you're not what the papers say," she said. "She said the papers keep calling you either brave or tragic and you're just." She stopped. "She didn't say what the third thing was." "Paying attention," Harry said. Eliza seemed to think about this. "Yes," she said. "That's probably it." She looked at the table, then back at him. "I don't know how to do this," she said, with a directness that reminded him sharply of her mother's letter. "Family things. There are no instructions for there aren't," Harry said. "I don't have any either. I've never had family that was functioning." He picked up his quill and turned it over in his hands. "I thought maybe we could just be people first. And see what that adds up to." Eliza sat with this. "People first," she said. "Yes. You're a fourth-year Gryffindor who's been at this school for 3 years longer than me. You probably know things about this castle that I don't." "Lots of things," she said, and something in her relaxed slightly, the way conversations relaxed when they found their footing. "The library has a section that's not in the catalog. Professor Flitwick keeps a tin of chocolate frogs in his desk that he thinks is secret. The third-floor corridor on the left side has a shortcut that saves about 4 minutes depending on which staircase is cooperating." "I need the shortcut," Harry said. "The staircases have been giving me strange looks." "They do that," Eliza said. "Just wait. After a few weeks they start cooperating with you." "I think they already do," Harry said. Eliza gave him an odd look. "Long story," Harry said. "I have time," she said, and she did, and he told her, and by the time they finished talking the fire had burned lower and Ron had looked up from his chess game to examine the situation and decided it was fine and gone back to his chess game, and Hermione had been reading and annotating and had at some point begun occasionally contributing to the conversation in the way Hermione contributed to all conversations, with specific information delivered at the precise moment it became relevant. It was not a large thing. It was people first. But it was real. On the morning of the 6th week, a ministry owl arrived not at the staff table but at the first-year section of the Gryffindor table, and it dropped a letter directly in front of Harry, and the letter was from Amelia Bones, and it said, "Mr. Potter, the preliminary phase of the investigation is complete. The Wizengamot will formally close the preliminary phase with the final session this Friday. Your presence is not required, but you are welcome to attend." This session will address the Petunia Disley assessment results and the formal status of the Fudge-Crouch connection. On a personal note, the welfare flag from 1984 was not the only one. We found 3 more, from 1986, 1988, and 1990. All suppressed from the same office. All now in the permanent record. Your living arrangements for the school holidays are being addressed by the court's guardian appointment process. Augusta Longbottom will have details. You have been very patient. It is appreciated. Harry put the letter down. Ron, who had been reading upside down from across the table, said, 3 more. Yes. 1984, 1986, 1988, 1990. Hermione said quietly. That's someone checking, repeatedly. Someone in the Muggle liaison office checking on you repeatedly, every 2 years, and being told to stop. Harry thought about the person in the Muggle liaison office. The name wasn't in the article and hadn't been in Augusta's letters. Someone who'd kept checking. He made a note to ask. For welfare flags, Ron said. 4. In 10 years. There were people trying, Harry said. That's different from before. He picked up his toast. It doesn't undo anything. But it's different. He thought about the difference between a world that hadn't cared and a world that had been actively prevented from caring, and thought about what that meant for what he did with the anger that was still there, in the background, not loud but present. It was not gone and he wasn't performing its absence. It was just, contained, something to be used carefully rather than at random. He thought 4 people tried. 4 times. Those 4 people deserved to know it's in the record. He wrote a note to Augusta asking for the name. She wrote back that evening. The person in the Muggle liaison office who had filed all 4 welfare flags was a junior official named Edmund Tripe, who had been demoted twice in connection with the flags and had retired early in 1991 on grounds that were officially listed as health and unofficially, per Augusta's investigation, were clearly connected to the pressure he'd received for filing them. Harry wrote Edmund Tripe a letter. He didn't know what to say exactly, so he said what was true. I don't know if you'll want to hear from me. But I wanted you to know that your name is in the permanent record, along with your flags, and the record says that you tried. I think that matters. I know it would have mattered to me if someone had told me someone tried. He sent it. Edmund Tripe wrote back 4 days later, and the letter was very short, and it was the only letter Harry ever received that he read once, put down, and had to sit quietly with for a full 5 minutes before he could trust his face again. I thought about you every 2 years, the letter said. Every time I filed and every time it was dismissed. I thought about you and I kept filing because I didn't know what else to do. I'm glad the record says I tried. I'm glad that you're all right. Friday arrived and Harry attended the final preliminary session with Augusta and McGonagall, and the session was efficient and conclusive and produced 3 outcomes that went into the permanent record without drama, because drama requires uncertainty about the outcome, and there wasn't any. The first outcome, Vernon Disley was formally charged with sustained abuse of a minor, and would face a full criminal hearing in the spring. He had stopped looking purple in his official appearances. He had started looking deflated, which Harry found considerably less alarming and also, somehow, considerably less satisfying than he'd expected. The second outcome, the Fudge-Crouch connection, was formally entered as a finding of the investigation, with recommendations for further inquiry into the minister's conduct. Fudge had not yet been charged with anything. The political protections around a sitting minister were significant, but the findings were public, and public findings had their own mechanics, and those mechanics were already in motion. The third outcome, the Petunia Disley magical assessment results. Petunia was a squib. Not ambiguously, not borderline, the assessment, conducted by the same specialist who'd assessed the compound scars, found clear evidence of suppressed magical potential consistent with a squib who had lived for 41 years in proximity to active magic without understanding what it was. The compound scars on Harry were confirmed as the result of sustained, unconscious, involuntary magical suppression emanating from Petunia over the course of his childhood. She had not done it deliberately. The specialist was clear about this. But it had happened, and it had affected his development, and it was in the record. Bones added a footnote to the finding that Harry thought was the most careful piece of language in the entire case. Squib classification carries no criminal implication in this matter. The suppression was involuntary, and the subject had no knowledge of her own magical nature. However, the finding has implications for the understanding of the compound scarring and for the magical support available to Mr. Potter going forward. After the session, in the corridor, Harry asked Augusta, "Does Petunia know?" "She was notified yesterday," Augusta said. Harry thought about his aunt finding out, at 41, that she was magic. He thought about the year she'd been maybe 10 or 11, writing to Hogwarts, and Dumbledore writing back to tell her no. He thought about what that no had meant. Had it been based on the flawed assessment? Had Dumbledore known? Had the squib classification been missed? He thought, had she been told she was ordinary, specifically, because someone had done the test wrong? He didn't have answers yet. Some questions took longer. But he stored it, and he kept it, because it was part of the full picture, and Harry didn't believe in partial pictures. The weekend after the final session was a Hogsmeade weekend for the upper years, which meant the castle was half empty and quieter and had the particular quality of a building that was comfortable with itself. Harry and Ron and Hermione and Neville sat on the grass near the lake, because the weather had held longer than it had any right to in Scotland, and November was being mild and golden in the way that felt like a gift. Ron had brought his chess set. Hermione had a book about advanced transfiguration that she was reading with the focus of someone who had finished first-year transfiguration theory in the first week and was moving ahead under her own authority. Neville was sketching something in a notebook. Plants, Harry saw, glancing over. Detailed, careful botanical sketches with annotations, in handwriting that was surprisingly precise for someone whose general effect was slightly scattered. Harry was lying on his back in the grass looking at the sky and thinking, which was what he did when he had the time and space for it. He thought about the investigation and where it was going, spring hearing for Vernon, ongoing political process around Fudge, the question of Dumbledore's ongoing role. He thought about Doria's last letter, which had described Edinburgh in November as cold but worth it, and had included a drawing by her cat that was possibly accidental but had arrived folded into the envelope anyway. He thought about Eliza, who had started joining their table at meals with the easy familiarity of someone who had decided she belonged there and wasn't waiting to be formally invited. He thought about the hat's voice. Nothing that was done to you prevented it. He thought about his magic. He'd been working with Flitwick after class twice a week, unofficial sessions that Flitwick had proposed with the excited energy of someone who had encountered an interesting research subject and wanted to understand it, on what Flitwick called controlled exploration, which was the process of finding the knotted places and working through them carefully. It was exactly as described in the literature, not pleasant. It felt like stretching something that had been still for a long time, but each session left him with more range, more ease, a cleaner connection between intention and result. He was, he thought, only at the beginning of understanding what he could do. That was fine. The beginning was enough. The beginning was actually more than enough. It was the beginning with all the wrong things stripped away and the right things accumulated, people he trusted, an institution that had taken responsibility, a record that couldn't be altered, a name in a file in Edinburgh that was willing to call herself family if he wanted it. He thought about the question he'd asked in the chamber. Was it necessary? And the answer that had gone into the record, in Dumbledore's voice, under oath, no. He'd known it before he asked. He'd asked it because knowing something and having it said in the right place in the right voice in front of the right people was a different thing. A better thing. And the asking had been its own act, an 11-year-old standing in a gallery and putting one clear question into the official record of one of the most powerful institutions in the wizarding world, and the institution answering. He lay in the grass and looked at the sky. Ron, playing chess against himself with the patient expertise of a boy who had been playing since he could reach a board, moved a piece and said without looking up, "You look like you're thinking about something enormous." "Medium-sized," Harry said. Yeah? What happens next?" He paused. "Not the investigation. The other things." Like what? Like Voldemort, Harry said. Who is still out there, somewhere, not finished? A silence. Ron's hand hovered over a chess piece. Hermione looked up from her book. Neville's pencil stopped moving. We knew that, Ron said carefully. I know. I'm just noting it. Saying it out loud. He kept looking at the sky. The hat said my magic is extraordinary. I believe it, because I felt what it was describing. And Voldemort is coming back, probably, because powerful dark wizards who die without dying tend to find ways back. He paused. I think this year was about getting my footing. Making sure I have a foundation. And I have one now. People I trust, a school that's accountable, institutions that are working correctly instead of protecting themselves. And next year? Hermione said. Next year I learn as much as I can. Harry said. As fast as I can. Without hiding what I'm capable of. He paused. The Dursleys taught me to hide it. To stay small so people didn't react badly to what I was. I'm done doing that. He said it to the sky, plainly, without drama. A decision made out loud. Ron put down his chess piece. Good, he said, with the simple conviction of a person who didn't have complicated feelings about other people being what they were. Good, Hermione echoed, closing her book with the sound of someone who'd heard a plan she agreed with. Neville said nothing, but he put his pencil to his sketch and added a new annotation with the decisive stroke of someone who had decided something in private, and Harry didn't ask what, because some things were personal. The lake caught the afternoon light. The castle rose behind them. The sky was the clean, clear blue of a day that had decided to be excellent at being a day, and Harry lay in the grass in the school that had claimed him, surrounded by the people who had chosen him, carrying the record of what had been made right, and thought, whatever is coming, let it come. I'm ready. Chapter 6, Year 1, rewritten. The first snow came on a Tuesday in December, which Hermione said was statistically early for the Scottish Highlands and Harry said felt exactly right, and they were both correct in their different ways. Harry discovered it because he woke before everyone else in the dormitory, a habit from years of being the first one up, the one who needed to assess the day before anyone else could define it for him, and went to the window and found the grounds transformed, white and still in the pre-dawn dark, the lake a sheet of pewter at the far edge, the forest beyond it a dense black wall. The castle's turrets caught the last of the night and held it in the stone, and everything was very quiet in the specific way that snow made quiet, absorbed, total, the world pulling a breath inward. He stood at the window for a while. He wasn't thinking about anything in particular. He was just standing there, looking at it, because he had never in his memory had a window that showed him something worth looking at in the morning. The Dursleys' spare room, when he'd eventually graduated from the cupboard, had looked out at the side wall of the Jenkinsons' garage. Before that there had been no window at all. He stood at this one, with the snow coming down in the dark outside, and let it be a simple good thing. Behind him, Ron made the sound of someone who was asleep and intended to remain that way for some time. Neville's breathing was the steady rhythm of genuine unconsciousness. Dean was on his back with one arm off the side of the bed in a position that looked structurally improbable. Seamus was somehow oriented diagonally across his mattress, a feat that suggested either very dynamic dreaming or some kind of magic Harry hadn't encountered in any textbook. Harry looked at all of them. His dormitory. His house. These 5 boys who had shared space and food and conversation and chess games and the specific chaos of Seamus attempting spells for the second time after the first attempt had generated smoke. He thought, this is mine. All of this. He got dressed quietly and went down to the common room, where the fire was down to embers that he fed with a small wandless nudge. He'd been doing that for 3 weeks, feeding fires and levitating things slightly and other small casual magic that he kept meaning to tell Flitwick about and kept discovering was already old news to Flitwick, who had been watching him and writing in that notebook with increasing frequency. The common room was empty. Harry sat in his chair by the fire and pulled out the letter he'd been drafting the night before and hadn't finished. It was to Edmund Tripe, who had written back twice since the first letter, each time a little longer than the last. Edmund had apparently been living quietly in retirement in Dorset and had not, per his account, been expecting to hear from Harry Potter or from anyone connected to the investigation, and was processing the experience of suddenly having both with the careful, methodical quality of someone who was accustomed to things being managed in solitude. His letters were interesting. He wrote about the Muggle liaison office with the specificity of someone who had spent 20 years there, and knew where all its bodies were buried, metaphorically and possibly in other ways Harry hoped were metaphorical. He wrote about the 4 welfare flags with the matter-of-fact precision of a man who had taken notes at the time and still had them, which was either very organized or very worried, and given the pressures he described, probably both. He had not been a hero. Harry had been careful to think about this, because there was a version of Edmund's story that made him a hero, the lone official who'd kept trying, and that version was comfortable and clean and incomplete. The truth was more textured. Edmund had tried, had been suppressed, and had eventually retired rather than continue. He had not gone to the press. He had not escalated outside the ministry. He had, by his own account, been afraid, and the fear had eventually won. Harry respected him for acknowledging that directly. It was easier to tell a cleaner version of your own story. You asked, Edmund had written in his second letter, whether I thought about going to the papers. I did. I didn't. I told myself there wasn't enough evidence, that it would look like a disgruntled junior official making noise, that Fudge had the press relationships and I didn't. Those things were true. They were also convenient. I let them be more true than they needed to be because the alternative was frightening and I was tired and I had a family to think about. I don't know if that makes me a coward. I know it makes me a person, which is its own complicated thing. Harry was going to write back that it made him the kind of person who filed 4 welfare flags over 10 years while being demoted and pressured and made to feel stupid for trying, and that the definition of that person was not coward, but he hadn't found the right words for it yet, so the letter was still in progress. He sat with it in the firelight while the snow came down outside and waited for the right words. Breakfast on snow days had a particular character at Hogwarts that Harry had not known to expect and would not have been able to invent in advance. A collective excitement that cut across house lines and year groups, the ancient human happiness of precipitation, everyone slightly more awake than usual and slightly more communicative about it. Neville arrived at the table with Trevor bulging in his pocket, and the expression of someone who had looked out the dormitory window and immediately begun planning. The greenhouses look incredible in snow, he told Harry with quiet enthusiasm. Professor Sprout said I can go in whenever I want, outside of class time. She's been letting me work with the second-year specimens. She's letting you work with second-year specimens already? Hermione said. She said I have a gift for it, Neville said, and then looked slightly embarrassed about saying it, and then looked like he'd decided it was true and stood by it. You do, Harry said. Neville's botanical sketches had been growing in detail and ambition over the weeks, and Harry had seen him in the greenhouses twice through the windows, completely absorbed, moving between the plants with a confidence he didn't have in most other settings. Harry, Ron said, arriving with 2 plates of food that he distributed with the generous imprecision of someone who had grown up with many siblings and had calibrated portion sizes accordingly. McGonagall wants to see you after breakfast. Do you know what about? She just said after breakfast. He paused. She didn't look alarmed. Good, Harry said. He ate quickly, and the food was warm and substantial, and he ate all of it, the way he always did now, without the reflexive restraint of someone who'd learned that the amount in front of him might be all there was. He was still unlearning that. Some mornings he had to think about it. This morning it was easy. McGonagall's office was warm against the winter morning, and she was at her desk with the organized chaos of end-of-term paperwork spread across it, writing something in the rapid, precise hand of someone working to a deadline. She looked up when Harry knocked. Sit down, Mr. Potter. I'll be 1 moment. He sat. He looked at the tartan biscuit tin, which had been refilled at some point in the last 2 months. He thought about the first night in this office, the shortbread biscuits and the fire and Dumbledore's not entirely steady hands. McGonagall put her quill down. I have two things, she said. First, Augusta Longbottom has filed the guardian appointment request with the Wizengamot's Family Court Division. The court has provisionally approved Doria Potter Macmillan as your legal guardian for the purposes of school holidays and any legal matters requiring next of kin. The provisional approval is subject to a formal meeting between you, Mrs. Potter Macmillan, and the court-appointed family liaison, which will happen during the Christmas break. Harry looked at her. Christmas break, he said. You would spend the holiday at her home in Edinburgh. McGonagall said. If you consent. The court requires your consent. You are the subject of the appointment, and in cases involving children who have been subject to welfare proceedings, consent is mandatory. Harry thought about Doria's letters. The cats. The Quidditch pitch. Robert and Eliza and the cold Edinburgh garden. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking if you'd like to write back. Yes, he said. I consent. McGonagall's expression did something brief and complicated. Good, she said. I'll inform Augusta. She paused. The second thing. I've been having a series of conversations with Professors Flitwick and Snape, and your other teachers about your academic progress, and I want to discuss what we're going to do about it. Harry looked at her. What specifically do you mean by do about it? Your charms work is 2 years ahead of the curriculum, McGonagall said. Your transfiguration is 18 months ahead. Your defense theory. Professor Quirrell has noted that your written work demonstrates understanding of concepts not introduced until 3rd year. Your potions work is... She paused. What did Snape say? Harry said. He said, McGonagall said, with careful neutrality, that your technical precision is exceptional, that you understand the theoretical underpinning of complex potions, and that your results are consistently outstanding, and that he found this, quote, entirely unsurprising given your parentage, which I believe is the closest Severus Snape has come to an uncomplicated compliment in 30 years. Harry took a moment with this. It was not nothing, from Snape. He stored it. We have several options, McGonagall continued. We could fast-track you through the standard curriculum on an accelerated timetable, which has been done before for exceptional students. We could supplement your standard curriculum with advanced independent study modules. Or we could, and this is my preference, design a hybrid approach, where you complete the standard curriculum with your year group for the subjects where social cohesion matters, and receive dedicated advanced instruction in areas where your existing level significantly exceeds the norm. Harry thought about it. What does the hybrid mean in practice? It means you stay in your year group for core classes. You need those not just for knowledge but for experience working alongside your peers. But twice a week, instead of free periods, you have structured advanced sessions. Flitwick wants to do charms. I'll take transfiguration. She paused. Snape expressed willingness to provide advanced potions instruction on a... I believe the exact phrase was if the boy is willing to show proper application, which translates to yes. He did say that, Harry said. He did, McGonagall said. Voluntarily. I'll think about it, Harry said, and then looked at her. I'm not thinking about it. Yes. Absolutely yes. McGonagall almost smiled. I thought so. She picked up her quill. One more thing, Mr. Potter. This is personal rather than official. She did not look up from the parchment she'd picked up. I want you to know that Hogwarts is not the same school it was when you arrived. The welfare protocols have been formally revised. All first years will now receive a comprehensive health assessment in their first week. All student welfare concerns have an independent reporting channel that bypasses both the headmaster and the ministry. The Wizengamot's oversight of student welfare has been broadened. She paused. Some of this was in progress before you arrived. A great deal of it accelerated because of what happened. I want to be clear. Those changes exist because you walked into this school and didn't perform the gratitude and smallness that everyone expected of you. Harry looked at the back of her bowed head. You showed up, she said simply. And the hat told the truth. And neither of those things was supposed to happen the way they did, and they changed things. She looked up. Her eyes were direct. Thank you, Harry said. You started it. In 1981, you watched that street all day. You said something. And then I let it go. And then you didn't let it go this time, Harry said. When the hat spoke, you were the one who moved first. He paused. That counts too. She looked at him for a moment. She was, he had decided, one of the most impressive people he'd encountered, because she held herself to exactly the standard she applied to everyone else, and she didn't look for exceptions. Go and enjoy the snow, Mr. Potter, she said. You're dismissed. He found Ron and Hermione in the entrance hall, coats on, the ongoing argument about whether to go to the lake or the grounds resolving itself as Harry arrived by Harry simply opening the outer door and walking through it, which left them with no good reason not to follow. The snow was several inches deep and still falling in the lazy, unhurried way of snow that had decided the day was its. Harry's boots left clear prints in it, and he stood for a moment on the top of the steps looking out at the grounds and feeling the cold on his face, which was nothing like the cold of a cupboard in winter and was entirely good. Ron came up beside him. Lake or grounds? Grounds first, Harry said. Lake after. Obviously, Hermione said, arriving on his other side with the no-nonsense practicality of someone who had read about hypothermia in relation to frozen lake surfaces and was not going near one without daylight and adult supervision. Who told you about the advanced sessions? Harry turned to look at her. How do you know about the advanced sessions? Because, she said, I had an identical conversation with Professor McGonagall yesterday morning, and she asked me not to say anything until you'd had yours. She did the same thing, Harry said. Of course she did, Hermione said with satisfaction. She's thorough. A pause. Flitwick wants me for charms too. And I'm apparently getting advanced arithmancy access because Professor Vector saw my theory work and had. She stopped. Had what? Had what Professor McGonagall described as an episode, Hermione said. Which I think means excitement, but I'm not completely sure. Good episode or bad episode? Ron asked. Good, Hermione said. Definitely good. She paused. She used the phrase not in 30 years, which I've decided to interpret positively. It's positive, Harry said. I'm going to be insufferable about this, Hermione warned. I want you both to know that in advance. You're already insufferable, Ron said. We've adjusted. Hermione looked at him with an expression that should have been offended and wasn't quite. I suppose that's a compliment. It's definitely a compliment, Ron said with the matter-of-fact warmth he used when he meant something and had decided to just say it rather than dress it up. Harry had discovered, the great gift of saying true things plainly when they mattered. He didn't overthink the emotional mechanics. He just said what was real and moved on. It was one of Harry's favorite things about him. They walked out into the snow. The grounds were genuinely extraordinary under it, the dark stone of the castle brilliant against white, the trees at the forest edge carrying their snow in heavy arrangements that shifted and fell when the wind moved, the mountains beyond blurred and vast and indifferent. They walked in no particular direction, which was something Harry had almost never done. He had a strong history with purpose, with being somewhere for a reason, moving towards something, always oriented toward an outcome. Walking with nowhere to be except here, in the snow, with two people he trusted, was a different kind of thing. He liked it. He was discovering, in a series of small revelations that were accumulating with the steadiness of water filling something, that there were a lot of things he liked that he simply hadn't had access to before. Not complicated things. Simple things. Snow. Breakfast. A window with a view. Fire when you wanted it. People who laughed at things without cruelty. He'd been making a list, not literally but in the part of him that catalogued, and the list was longer than he'd expected. What are you thinking about? Hermione said. She'd fallen into step beside him and was watching the middle distance with the expression she used when she was giving him peripheral attention rather than direct attention, which she'd worked out was less pressure. That I've never walked anywhere with nothing to do," Harry said. Hermione was quiet for a moment. "I've been thinking about something," she said. "And I don't know whether to say it." "Say it," Harry said. "You always should. The investigation established everything that happened to you," she said, with the precision of someone who had been turning this over for a while. "And the record will show the institutions failed and the individuals responsible will face consequences and the protocols have changed. All of that is correct and important." A pause. "What the investigation can't do is address the fact that Voldemort is still out there, and that you're going to be the center of it when he comes back, and that nobody is officially preparing you for that." Harry looked at the snow. "I know. Dumbledore knows things about the prophecy or the connection or whatever it is that he hasn't told you," she continued. "He's been cooperative with the investigation, but cooperative in a controlled way. He's answered questions, he hasn't volunteered. There's a difference." "There is," Harry said. "And Quirrell," she said. Harry looked at her. "What about Quirrell?" "He smells wrong," she said in the tone she used for things she noticed and hadn't yet fully explained. "And his theory work is good, but his practical demonstrations are off. Like someone performing being worse than they are." She paused. "Also, I've been reading about the dark arts and the kind of curse construct that can persist after the caster's apparent death, and there's a category of magic called a parasite construct that, Hermione," Harry said. "Yes? How long have you been thinking about this?" She hesitated. "Since the 3rd week of term," she admitted. Harry nodded. "And you didn't say anything because you had enough to deal with," she said. "With the investigation and the legal proceedings and the family situation. I didn't want to add Voldemort to the list." "The list is fine," Harry said. "It can hold Voldemort." He thought about Quirrell's classroom, the man's trembling hands, the turbaned head, the smell of something underneath the garlic that was actually not quite garlic at all. He noticed it, and filed it without fully unpacking the file. "You think Quirrell is hosting something? A parasite construct," she said again. "If Voldemort's soul or whatever portion of it survives needed a host, what would it want at Hogwarts?" Harry said. They looked at each other. "What's in the 3rd-floor corridor?" Harry said. Hermione's expression confirmed he'd landed on exactly the thing she'd been thinking about. "I don't know yet," she said. "But it's guarded. The corridor is warded and there's a 3-headed dog. I heard it from a prefect who heard it from another prefect, and the school doesn't ward a corridor and put a 3-headed dog in it for nothing. Something to protect," Harry said. "Something important enough that Dumbledore put it at Hogwarts for safekeeping. Something Voldemort would want," Hermione said. "But doesn't have yet," Harry said. "Otherwise he wouldn't need Quirrell here." He thought about the calendar. School ended in late June. "That's 6 months." "6 months," Hermione confirmed. Ron, who had been following this conversation with the expression of someone who had been gradually adjusting his day's expectations, said, "So what do we do?" Harry thought about it. He thought about the version of himself who had arrived at this school 6 weeks ago, still capable, still sharp, but isolated, carrying 10 years of suppressed magic and no foundation beneath him. He thought about the version of himself now, in a house, with people he trusted, with a legal record behind him and a school that was accountable and teachers who were invested and a family in Edinburgh he was going to visit at Christmas. He thought about what the hat had said: "Your magic, once uncoiled, tends to be significantly stronger." He thought about Flitwick's notebook. McGonagall's almost smiles. Snape's unexpected, grudging, genuine assessment. He thought, "I am not unprepared. I am not alone. And whatever is in that corridor, I am not going to encounter it the way I would have encountered it 6 weeks ago." "We learn everything we can," Harry said. "As fast as we can. We don't hide what we're capable of. We watch Quirrell and we document what we observe. And when it becomes necessary to act, we act." He paused. "Not yet. We're not ready yet, and rushing it would be stupid. When will we be ready?" Ron said. Spring, Harry said. We'll be ready by spring. He said it with the certainty of someone who had been calculating things in the background and had arrived at a number. We have 6 months. That's enough. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. You've been thinking about this for a while too, she said. Since the first week, he said. I noticed Quirrell in the second day of class. I had other priorities. And now? Now I have a foundation, Harry said. Now I can add it to the list. Ron made the sound of someone adding an item to a mental ledger. Right, he said. Voldemort and whatever's in the third-floor corridor. On top of advanced charms and transfiguration and a Wizengamot investigation. He paused. No one's going to believe this year when we tell them about it later. No, Harry agreed. Not that we're going to be dramatic about it, Ron said. Obviously not, Hermione said. We're going to be completely sensible and strategic about it, Ron said. Yes, Harry said. A pause. The three-headed dog, Ron said. There's actually a three-headed dog. Apparently, Harry said. 3 heads, Ron said. That's typically how many a Cerberus has, yes, Hermione said. Ron looked at the snow. He looked at the castle. He looked at Harry. Right, he said, with the resigned acceptance of a Weasley who had been raised on stories of extraordinary things and had the functional adaptability to file 3-headed dog guarding something Voldemort wants under things we'll handle when we need to without immediate catastrophizing. Right then. He picked up a handful of snow. He threw it at Harry. It hit Harry in the shoulder. Harry turned to look at him. Ron's expression was the picture of innocence. I'm 11, Harry said. I could take you apart with a charm. I know, Ron said. Go on then. Harry levitated a considerably larger quantity of snow from the path behind Ron and deposited it directly over him with the clean precision of someone who had been working on control with Flitwick for 3 weeks and whose magic, uncoiling steadily, responded to amusement the same way it responded to most things, immediately, and with enthusiasm. Ron disappeared under a small avalanche. There was a muffled sound from within it. Hermione, who had taken 2 steps sideways in excellent anticipation of exactly this outcome, said, Technically that was quite a sophisticated application of levitation charm. Thank you, Harry said. I'm going to note it in my observations about your magical development, she said. I'd expect nothing less, Harry said. Ron emerged from the snow with his hair completely white and an expression that had moved through shock and arrived somewhere that was trying very hard to be furious, and wasn't managing it at all. Right, he said. Right, that's how we're doing this. What followed was, technically, a snow fight. Harry, whose magic responded in the same spirit it always had, directly, completely, without half measures, produced a barrage of enchanted snowballs that tracked and corrected like small guided projectiles, which was perhaps not entirely within the spirit of the activity but was definitely within his character. Hermione, who had read about the physics of trajectory and had a transfiguration mind, constructed a small rotating barrier that deflected incoming snow with architectural precision. Ron, who had 6 siblings and 0 magical assistants, operated on pure competitive instinct and got both of them in the face 3 separate times through a combination of misdirection and the willingness to simply throw things faster than anyone anticipated. They were all entirely soaked by the time Neville found them, which he did by following the noise of what sounded, from the entrance hall, like a small, very cheerful catastrophe. He stood at the edge of the snow fight and watched. Harry, between incoming projectiles, said, "Come in." Neville considered. He looked at the snow. He looked at his robes, which he was wearing without a proper outer coat because he'd only meant to come find them and ask about breakfast. He looked at the 3 of them, Harry with snow in his hair and the particular focused brightness he got when magic came easily and he wasn't thinking about it, Ron operating with the improvisational joy of someone in their element, Hermione recalibrating her trajectory calculations in real time with the expression she wore when a problem was interesting rather than merely difficult. He walked in. He got snow in his face almost immediately, from a leftover Weasley projectile that had been lying in ambush, and instead of retreating he picked up a handful and threw it at Ron with better aim than anyone had expected, and Ron turned to him with a look that combined betrayal and genuine respect, and Neville grinned, the open, uncomplicated grin of someone who was sometimes surprised to find themselves happy. 4 of them in the snow. Harry thought, yes. This is the thing. The advanced session started the second week of December. Flitwick's charm session was in a small classroom on the 4th floor that smelled of old wood and recent magic, and what Flitwick did, the first session, was not teach. He sat across the table from Harry and said, "Tell me what your magic feels like, from the inside. Describe it as specifically as you can." Harry thought about it. Most of the time it's like a current," he said. "Constant, running. When I do a spell it diverts into the spell and then returns. When I do wandless magic it's more direct, it skips the diversion and just goes." He paused. "But there are places where the current has to go around something. Blockages. Knots, the hat called them. Flitwick." He looked at the professor. "Can I feel them directly?" Flitwick's eyes were bright. "Yes," he said. "That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. Can you locate them?" Harry put his wand on the table. He sat with his hands in his lap and turned his attention inward in the way he'd been practicing. Not navel-gazing, nothing mystical, just the equivalent of a diagnostic attention, the same thing he did when he was calibrating a room from the outside applied to himself from the inside. There were 7 distinct blockages he could identify. The largest was in the center of his chest, where magic that should flow freely had instead compressed into something very dense and slow. 3 smaller ones were distributed along what felt like the primary channels of his right arm. 2 more were deep and old, the kind that had been there so long they'd become structural, not easily moved, part of the landscape. The 7th was different from the rest. It was at the back of his skull, near where the scar was, and it was not entirely his. He opened his eyes. 7, he said. 6 are from the suppression. The 7th is. He paused. Flitwick, is there magical literature on scar-based connections? Specifically in cases where a curse leaves a scar that carries some of the caster's magical signature? Flitwick was very still in the way he went still when something significant was happening. Yes, he said carefully. There is some literature. It is not extensive. It is generally considered theoretical because cases of the specific type it describes are extremely rare. He looked at Harry steadily. Are you telling me you can feel something in that scar? Not in a painful way, Harry said. It's more like noise. Background noise that doesn't belong to me. Flitwick wrote something very carefully in his notebook. All right, he said, in the measured voice of someone who was managing their reaction because the information they had just received was larger than this particular session was designed to contain. All right. We are going to address the 6 suppression blockages today, and I am going to do some research about the 7th, and we are going to be very careful with it. He looked at Harry. You are not to attempt to access whatever is in that scar without guidance. This is not me doubting your capability. This is me saying that scar-based connections of this type are genuinely dangerous, and I want to understand what we are dealing with before we interact with it. Agreed, Harry said, with the straightforwardness of someone who had learned that accepting appropriate caution was not the same as accepting inappropriate limits. Good, Flitwick said, and seemed relieved that Harry hadn't argued. Now, let's work on the first blockage. They worked for 2 hours. The first blockage, in his chest, the largest one, took most of that time, and the process was exactly as described in the literature, not painful, but profoundly uncomfortable, the sensation of something very tightly wound being asked to relax, the resistance of a muscle that had been tense for so long it had forgotten what not tense was. When it released, the change was immediate. It was like a light going up, except the light was internal, and what changed was the quality and ease of everything. Harry cast a simple lumos and the light that came from his wand was 4 times brighter than usual, and he pulled it back immediately, controlling it down to normal, and even the pulling back was easier than it had been. Flitwick wrote 3 things in his notebook in rapid succession. "That's one," Harry said. "That's one," Flitwick confirmed. 6 weeks, I think, for the rest at this pace. Carefully. 6 weeks, Harry said. "That's February." "Yes." Flitwick looked at him. "March or April before you have a clear sense of what you're working with fully unobstructed." "Spring," Harry thought. "That's what I told Ron. That's when we'll be ready." McGonagall's transfiguration session the following day occupied a different room, her own classroom, after hours, with the blackboard still showing the marks from the day's regular lesson and the desks pushed to the sides to leave the center of the room clear. She set a chair in the middle of the room and told Harry to transfigure it into something. "What?" Harry said. "Whatever you like," she said. "I want to see what you do when you're not constrained by an assignment." Harry looked at the chair. He thought about it for a second. He raised his wand and the chair became a stone, not the match-to-needle incremental transformation of the curriculum, but a jump of several categories, the chair's material reality reorganizing itself into something entirely unlike its original form. McGonagall looked at the stone. "Back," she said. Harry returned it to a chair. Not the same chair, slightly different grain in the wood, which he noticed and corrected with a second pass. "Again," McGonagall said. "Something living." Harry looked at the chair. This was significantly harder. Living transfiguration was third-year curriculum at minimum, and for good reason. He turned it over in his mind, the chair's wooden structure, the growth patterns in the grain, the memory of what it had been before it was a chair. He thought about cats, specifically about McGonagall's tabby form, which he'd seen once in the distance on the grounds and filed as significant. He thought about the structure of a cat. The proportions, the joints, the chair became a cat. It sat in the middle of the room and looked at McGonagall with the expression of a cat that had not been consulted about its own existence, and had opinions about this. McGonagall looked at the cat for a long moment. "Back," she said quietly. Harry returned it to a chair. McGonagall turned to the blackboard and wrote one number on it. 6. 6th-year standard, she said. "What you just did. Without straying. Without error." She turned around. "Mr. Potter, I need you to understand something. What you have is not common. What you are doing now, with the blockages still mostly in place, is the upper range of what a typical 6th year can do. When those blockages are clear, I know," Harry said. "I want you to understand the responsibility that comes with it," she said. "Not because I think you will be reckless, I don't think that at all. But because power on this scale tends to attract attention and expectations, and you need to be prepared for both. I've been preparing for attention and expectations since I was big enough to read the chocolate frog cards," Harry said. McGonagall looked at him. "What I'm not," Harry said, "is going to hide it. Or use it to make people comfortable. I'll use it to do what needs to be done." She held his gaze for a moment. "Correct," she said. "Now." Again, this time with something more complex. Snape's session was a different thing entirely. It was in the dungeons, which Harry had expected, and it was at 7 in the morning, which he had not. But Snape had sent the time by note via McGonagall, and Harry had shown up at 7 without complaint because 7 in the morning in the dungeons was cold and quiet and had the quality of a place that was not performing for anyone. Snape was already there. He was standing at one of the long workbenches, apparently examining something in a flask, and when Harry came in he didn't turn around. "Potter," he said, "you are aware of what this session is." "Advanced potions," Harry said. "It is not advanced potions in the sense you are probably imagining," Snape said, still examining the flask. "You are competent at the technical procedures. You read the instructions correctly, and you follow them more carefully than most students twice your age. That is not what I'm here to teach you." He set the flask down and turned. His expression, in the dungeon light, had its usual quality of several layers doing different things simultaneously. But what was underneath this morning was, Harry catalogued it carefully, interest. Genuine interest, the reluctant kind, the kind that came with a history of having decided not to be interested. What are you here to teach me? Harry said. Why things work, Snape said. Not what to add and in what order. Why? The mechanism. He pointed at the empty bench beside his. Sit. We're going to start with the draft of living death, and we're going to break down every single ingredient interaction at the molecular level, and you're going to tell me what you think before I tell you whether you're right. Harry sat. And if I'm wrong? You'll be wrong less frequently than you think, Snape said, with the specific quality of a very controlled compliment from someone who had very little practice with them. The theory work you submit suggests an intuitive understanding of magical chemistry that is unusual. My mother? Harry said. A pause. Your mother was an exceptional potion student, Snape said, in the voice of someone accessing a memory from a very specific distance. Yes. The intuition for it is similar. He opened a cabinet and removed a dozen ingredients with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this 10,000 times. She would have asked the same question. She also asked everything before being told to. He set the ingredients on the bench. You can ask, he added. Within reason. Harry thought about what he wanted to ask, specifically, within reason. What was she like? Harry said. Not to destabilize, not as strategy, just asking. Because it was an honest question from someone who didn't know the answer and had a right to it. Snape's hand still briefly on the ingredients. Just briefly. Formidably intelligent, he said, in a tone that was careful and contained and had something moving underneath it that he was managing with long practice. She saw through things. She had the same quality you have, of reading situations before most people know a situation is occurring. He paused. She was kinder than you have reason to be. She grew up differently. He picked up a saprophyros bean and examined it. We were friends. For a long time. He put the bean down. And then we weren't, and that was my fault, and she died before I. He stopped. Set his jaw. Before several things. Harry looked at him. There was a version of this moment that involved Snape expecting condolences and Harry offering them, and that version would have been uncomfortable and hollow for both of them. There was another version where Harry acknowledged it and let it be what it was, a man carrying something painful with the awkward bravery of someone who has decided to tell the truth about it once, for the benefit of the person who needed to know, and would probably not do it again. She'd be glad you're here, Harry said. Teaching me. He paused. I think. Snape looked at him for a moment. She would be relentlessly smug about it, he said, with the precision of someone who had known the person in question and was being accurate rather than affectionate, which was somehow more powerful. She would find it ironic and she would be correct. She sounds right, Harry said. She very often was, Snape said. He gestured at the ingredients. The saprophyros bean. Tell me what you think it's doing in this potion. They worked for 2 hours and Harry was wrong about 3 things out of 14, which Snape called statistically improbable in a way that was not quite a compliment, and was entirely one. The last week of term before Christmas had the accumulated warmth of a school settling into itself, the particular quality of a building that had been uncertain and then eventful and was now, for the first time, settled into its proper year rhythm. Exams had been sat. Harry had performed in ways that required McGonagall to make notes that she took back to Flitwick in the evening, and the corridors had the scattered, energized quality of students who knew departure was close and were managing the final distance. Harry tracked Quirrell. He did it the way he tracked everything, calmly, methodically, without making it obvious. He documented what he observed, the times Quirrell seemed to be having a conversation with himself under his breath, the specific quality of the hesitation in his magic on the rare occasions he demonstrated something practical, the fact that the back of the turban moved sometimes in a way that turbans, structurally, did not. He shared his observations with Hermione, who had been compiling her own. He shared them with Ron, who had been watching the third-floor corridor from the outside and had confirmed that the wards on it were active and that the corridor itself had sounds from the far end that he described as something large and alive and not pleased about it. "Not yet," Harry said, when Ron asked about going in. "We're not ready yet." "Spring," Ron said. "Spring," Harry confirmed. It was not passivity. It was the specific patience of someone who had spent 10 years managing timelines and knew the difference between waiting because you were afraid and waiting because the moment wasn't right yet. The moment wasn't right yet. By spring it would be. The morning before Christmas break, Harry stood on the platform at Hogsmeade Station with his bag and his new trunk and the owl he'd acquired in October, a small, sharp-eyed barn owl named Signal, because Harry had spent 3 weeks thinking about what to name her and had landed on the name for a thing that carries information between places, which was exactly what she did and what Harry valued about her. Ron was going home to the Burrow. Hermione was going home to her parents. Neville was going home to his grandmother, who had sent a letter full of logistical information and zero emotion that had made Neville smile in the way he smiled at Augusta things. "Right," Hermione told Harry, with the tone of someone issuing an instruction. "I always write," Harry said. "About everything," she said. "Not just the investigation updates. About Edinburgh." A pause. "About how it goes." Harry looked at her. She had the expression she used when she cared about something and wasn't entirely sure how to say it without it sounding like sentiment, which she found structurally awkward. He noticed this about her over the weeks. She was enormously caring in a way that preferred to express itself through action and information rather than declaration, and when declaration was required she had to work up to it. "All right," he said. "About everything." She nodded. Then, with the decision-made quality of someone who has prepared for something and is going to do it regardless of how it feels, she hugged him. It was brief and fierce and not entirely comfortable in the way that Hermione did most physical things, with her whole attention and very little spatial awareness, and Harry, who had not been hugged in longer than he could accurately remember, stood in it for a moment with the strange, new, slightly alarming feeling of someone offering something uncomplicated. He hugged back. With both arms. For the full duration of it. "See you next year," she said, pulling back with the brisk efficiency of someone who has completed a task. 2 weeks, Harry said. "It's still next year," she said, and went to find her parents. Ron clapped him on the shoulder, the Weasley equivalent of the same feeling, expressed in the vernacular of a family that communicated through contact rather than words. "Edinburgh," Ron said. "Edinburgh," Harry confirmed. "Tell me what the Quidditch pitch is like. I'll fly it and report back." "Good." Ron looked at him. "It's going to be good," he said. "This Christmas." He said it with the directness he used for things he meant. "Whatever it's like, it's going to be better than before." "Much better," Harry said. Ron got on the train. Harry looked at the train for a moment, then turned back to the platform, where a carriage was waiting to take him not to King's Cross but to Edinburgh, arranged by Augusta with the efficiency of someone who had decided logistics were entirely within her sphere of competence. He thought about the carriage pulling up to a house in Edinburgh with a garden and 2 opinionated cats. He thought about a woman who wrote letters with a forward slope and signed them Dory. He thought about Eliza at the end of the Gryffindor table, who had told him last night, with the directness they'd both apparently inherited from some ancestral source, that she was glad he was coming and that Robert was going to pretend not to be impressed and would be quite obviously failing. He thought about Christmas in a house where the fire was kept on because people wanted to be warm, not rationed because warmth was something you had to earn. He picked up his trunk and walked toward the carriage, and the snow fell on Hogsmeade, on the mountains, on the castle behind him, and he stopped for a moment and turned to look at it, at Hogwarts, real and enormous and present, its towers in the gray December sky, its lights warm in the windows, its magic in the stones responding to his presence the way it had started responding since that first night, the old warm recognition. Hello, he thought at it, the way he had in the common room. The lights in the nearest tower seemed to brighten slightly, which was probably the wind affecting a flame and definitely not the castle saying hello back. Probably. He turned and got in the carriage. Edinburgh was cold and clear and smelled of old stone and the particular sharp northern freshness of December in a city that sat in the landscape rather than fighting it. Doria Potter Macmillan's house was on a street of tall, dark-faced townhouses that backed onto a garden that was currently under 4 inches of snow and looked, through the garden gate as the carriage pulled up, like it was waiting for something. The Quidditch pitch was beyond a wall at the far end, visible just as 2 uprights rising above the stone, taller than Harry had expected, properly sized, serious. He stood on the pavement with his trunk and signals cage and looked at the door. The door opened before he could knock. Doria was tall. That was the first thing. Tall and dark-haired and with the kind of face that communicated its contents directly rather than managing them, and she looked at Harry the way her letters sounded, evaluating, open, direct, and she was clearly doing the same thing Harry was doing, which was comparing the real person to the accumulated image of correspondence. "Harry," she said. "Mrs. Potter Macmillan," Harry said. "Doria," he corrected immediately. She looked at him for a moment. "Come in," she said. "It's freezing and the cats have been insufferable about your arrival since yesterday." Harry picked up his trunk and walked through the door. The house was warm and lived in with the specific quality of warmth that came from a place that had been inhabited properly for a long time, books in every room, the faint smell of wood smoke and something cooking, a pair of large cats visible at the end of the hallway who were indeed regarding Harry with the focused attention of cats who have decided to have opinions about a new person and intend to form them thoroughly. Robert was in the kitchen doorway, 17, tall like his mother, with the wary evaluation of an older sibling who had not yet decided what Harry was going to be to his family, and was going to take his time deciding. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. "Hi," Robert said. "Hi," Harry said. A pause. "The pitch is frozen," Robert said. "If you want to fly on it, you'll need to clear it first." "I can do that," Harry said. Robert considered this. "Yeah," he said, in the tone of someone revising a tentative hypothesis. "I'll come." Eliza appeared from somewhere above, leaning over the banister with the expression of someone who had been waiting for this moment. "You made it," she said. "I made it," Harry said. "The cat on the left is Archimedes," she said. "The one on the right is Newton. They are judging you." "I know," Harry said. Archimedes was the large gray one, Newton the smaller striped one, and they were both watching him with the assessorial intensity of animals who had spent considerable time with magical people and had developed their own opinions accordingly. Harry looked at Newton. Newton looked at Harry. A beat passed. Newton walked over and sat on Harry's trunk. "That's the acceptance," Eliza said. "He's never done that for a guest before. Archimedes takes longer." "I have time," Harry said. Doria appeared from the kitchen with a cup of tea that she offered to Harry with the practical warmth of someone who has decided the most useful expression of welcome is something warm and tangible. He took it. "Augusta's liaison paperwork is on the table," she said. "We can deal with it after lunch. It's not complicated." She paused. "I want to say something before we get into all of that." Harry looked at her. "I read everything," she said. "The investigation, the testimony, the session records. All of it." Her face was doing the same thing her letters did, direct and unmanaged. "I am angry on your behalf. I want you to know that. Not performed anger for your benefit. Genuine anger at the situation and at the people responsible and at the fact that I was 10 minutes by flew from where you were growing up and nobody called." She paused. "I'm also not going to perform a great deal of emotion at you about it, because I suspect you've had enough of people's emotions about your history being processed in your presence." Harry looked at her for a long moment. "Yes," he said. "Thank you." "Good," she said. "Then. Lunch is in 20 minutes, the bathroom upstairs on the left is yours, and if Archimedes gets in your room in the night and sits on your face, it is not personal, it is simply what he does." Harry almost laughed. Almost. He felt the shape of it, at least, the warmth that preceded the laugh, rising unexpectedly. He thought about the list he'd been keeping. Simple things. Snow, breakfast, fire, people who laughed without cruelty. He added, a house that is warm because people live in it. He added, a woman who is angry on my behalf without making me manage her anger. He added, 2 cats with opinions and an acceptable quantity of judgment. He added, a pitch with frozen grass and 2 uprights above a stone wall and a boy who said I'll come without making it a thing. He added, Eliza over the banister, Archimedes on his trunk, tea that was warm in his hands. He thought, this is what was supposed to come after the cupboard. Not this specific house, not these specific people, but this category of thing. This warmth. This ordinariness. This complete absence of the requirement to be small. He stood in the hallway of a house in Edinburgh with a cup of tea and a cat on his trunk and the particular sensation of having arrived somewhere he was allowed to be, and he did not need to say anything about it or do anything with it. It was enough just to stand in it and let it be real. That night, after dinner, which was substantial and chaotic in the way of a family that talked with their whole bodies and disagreed about everything except fundamentals, Harry sat in the bedroom that was his for the holidays and wrote. He wrote to Ron, as promised, about the pitch and the cats and Robert's grudging thaw over dinner when it became clear that Harry played chess and had opinions about it. He wrote to Hermione about the house and Doria's letters in person and the specific quality of being in a place where the warmth didn't require earning. He wrote to Neville about Trevor and whether Trevor had a preference for temperature that Neville might use as a guide for the holidays. He wrote a long letter to Edmund Tripe, which he'd been working on since October and which finally, in this room, with this day behind him, found its end. You said, Harry wrote, that filing the flags made you feel like you were doing the only thing you could do. I want you to know that's not a small thing. Most people don't do the thing they can do because it's insufficient and imperfect, and it costs them something. You did it 4 times and it cost you considerably, and you did it anyway. I think that's the definition of trying, and I think trying is what separates the people who say they care from the people who do. The record shows you tried. The record is permanent. I'm in Edinburgh for Christmas. It's the first Christmas in a house where the heat is on because someone wants it on. I thought you should know that's partly because of 4 welfare flags in 10 years. Maybe that's too much to put on a welfare flag. But you asked me, in your first letter, whether it had made a difference. I think it made the kind of difference that compounded over time into the thing I'm sitting in right now. Thank you. He sealed it. He wrote 3 more letters. He fed Signal a small piece of dinner roll he'd saved in his pocket, which she accepted with the aristocratic tolerance of a bird who considered this slightly below her usual standard but was willing to accommodate. He opened the window an inch, just enough for Signal to go, the cold air coming in briefly before she was out and gone into the dark Edinburgh sky, carrying words from a boy in a warm room to people who needed to hear from him. He closed the window. He looked at the room, small, neat, with a quilt on the bed and a desk that had clearly been cleared for his use and a bookshelf with some of Eliza's overflow that she'd said he could read if he wanted. He thought about the investigation, which was not finished. Vernon Dursley's hearing in the spring. The Fudge Crouch inquiry, running slow and political and inevitable. The questions still to be answered about Petunia and the flawed assessment, and what Dumbledore had known when. He thought about Quirrell and the 3rd-floor corridor and Spring, and what Spring was going to require. He thought about his magic, uncoiling in increments, the blocked places opening one by one under Flitwick's patient guidance, and his own increasingly confident reach into it. He thought about 1,000 things, and 1,000 things were manageable, and they were manageable because he had a foundation now and foundations held. He lay down. He looked at the ceiling of a room in Edinburgh. He thought about the hat's voice, quiet and old and certain. You've earned the right to take up space in this room. He thought, yes. All of it. Every room. He was just getting started. Outside, Signal's wings caught the Edinburgh dark, carrying words across the winter. The city was lights and stone and the particular restless hum of a place that had been inhabited for a long time by people with things to say. Snow on the garden below. The Quidditch pitch uprights visible just above the wall, waiting. Harry Potter closed his eyes. He did not think about what had been done to him, because he had already made it into something else, into evidence, into record, into the permanent archive of an institution that had been forced to look at itself, into the foundation of something that could not be taken back. He thought about what came next, and what came next was everything, and everything was fine. He slept.